Yes, people, welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another Blue Morning show, specifically another Transfer Watch show on Chelsea Perspective. More importantly, I hope you're all doing well. Appreciate you all. Thanks once again. But as you're coming in, be sure that you're dropping the likes on the stream, and also do share the link to the stream on whatever social media platform you have presence. Today we'll talk about Conor Gallagher, Trevoh Chalobah, Moises Caicedo, of course, Rayan, Cherki, Mohammed, Kudus, and Levi. And if any other news emerges with regards to the future of Romelu Lukaku, Hakim Ziyech, what's his name, Callum Hudson-Odoi, we will also talk about it. So sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. Yes, we will once more big up to all of you. I hope you're all doing well. And as usual, I say that's the way we roll. I'm going to say hello to everybody in the chat. Not too many people in the chat right now, but three important people, I must say. But more importantly, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 11 likes already. Let's get it to 100. The first comment we have here, says Briani Yahayu, a.k.a. 343 Dynamo, a.k.a. Contender FC, aka Vivel FC, aka Jackson CFC. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show, bro. Much love to you. And you're the first two coming today. This is a big up to you, Coach. Coach Arizio, my number one source of CFC news aside from Fabrizio Romano. That is some comment. We appreciate that. Thank you so much for joining today. More importantly, big up to you too, Jacob Hoggins. I hope you're doing well. And it says it's better. And that's Peter Pan. Peter Pan says it's better we cancel Caicedo's deal than overspent 2 years ago. Nobody knew Caicedo. Our scouts should wake up and find another hardworking and a talented DM. I think we've talked about this before, and I've always argued I don't think we have the luxury to only depend on players who scout that aren't ready yet. And that's why you see Chelsea send too many players out on loan, and some of them actually go to clubs like Brighton and become one of their best players. That's because we're Chelsea. If that changes, I'd be surprised. Even I get it. We've been scouting young players, raw talents, sending them out on loan so that they can develop and maybe be ready in a year or two. The truth remains, we'll still be signing lots of established players, and not just go for raw talents like Brighton. For them, they can afford to do that. They can afford to sign a player who isn't ready, give him game time until he becomes ready. And chances are that's the model they'll go with, you could say, for years to come. But that's my opinion anyway. Big up to you, Peter Pan. I appreciate you joining the show. I hope you're doing well. I've been watching you for a year. Always make lunchtime at work good. A big up to you too. Chunky TM, I appreciate you saying that. That makes us happy to know that we're helping you get through your day. But I appreciate you saying that. That goes a long way. Do we have anything else there? Nothing else. That means right now I have to share the link with the panelists. So if any of them is available right now, they can join the show so that you will have a diversified opinion and not just my opinion, if that makes sense. But keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. 18 likes already. And my bro, where is Johnny? John Hanks, always nice to see you. I've just pressed the like button right now. Thank you. I appreciate that, Johnny. And also, if you're watching, if you haven't, please do take a second to drop a like on the stream and share the link to the stream on whatever social media platform where you have presence. And with that, I want to say thank you to all of you that are watching, but for one reason or the other, not able to participate in the chat here, just remember we value you as much as we value those that participate in the chat. You watching alone does go a long way. So thank you. But if you can do us one more favor, which is just to take a second and drop a like on the stream, which would really appreciate that. And thank you so much, guys. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. And if you want to become a member, the membership costs just first we have only membership level right now. It costs $2.99. It helps us sponsor students every month, and of course, the channel, the community gains from it. But not we haven't gained any from it since we started that. But we're okay in footing the bill to sponsor students. I decided we'd do that because I've been there myself. But that's, by the way, I appreciate you all. If you need the link, let me know. I haven't shared the link, unfortunately. Everyone needs to hit the like button. Yes, people, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The goal is to get to 300 likes a day. We can do that, but only if you keep dropping the likes on the stream. Big up everyone, and make sure you hit the like button and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And that's coming from my bro, Trevoh from the Madiba land. Much love to you too, brother. I hope you're doing well. And if you haven't, please click the 3 dots to his name. Go and check out his YouTube channel. Believe me, you will not regret it. Much love to you, and I appreciate you if you take time to do that. Let's see what else we have here. And liking and sharing means caring. I like it every time you say that. That's a rhymes for me. Let's pay for Caicedo and never do business with them again. We really need someone like Caicedo, just the way we lost Haaland and went for Lukaku. We don't want to make such mistake again. Which is one of the reasons why I've argued we shouldn't walk away. And after all, you can say the disparity between the valuation of the player and how much we're willing to pay, it isn't that much. So I think we can meet them halfway and get the deal over the line. But I have to be honest, that is just my opinion. And I have a message from someone important here. My bro will be held. If you are interested in receiving an update for your show, feel free to let me know. We will talk later. Wow, that's some love from my bro Knee Zion from Blue Clouds Media. So if we do a watch along tomorrow, he can send us join us from the stadium with live pictures there. But we'll see what happens. But thank you, much love to you too, brother. I appreciate you, your kind gesture to the community, Chelsea Perspective community. And I will return the favor if I see the opportunity. Morning to you too, Santiago Munoz. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you joining the show. I think it's about time we start addressing the items we have lined up. Yeah, keep dropping the likes on the stream. 23 likes only. We should be doing better than that. We have 45 people watching, which means we should have more than 45 likes. Yeah, I hope that grows. Let's see the first items. All right, the first item here is this one here. Okay, it didn't pull up as it should. Disappointing, but I'm good. It says Trevoh Chalobah is viewed internally as another player, another sellable asset at Chelsea. I don't know whether to believe this. Liam Twomey and of the Athletic. I don't know if I should trust him. This is not the first time that we've heard that Trevoh Chalobah is that Chelsea have put him up for sale, or he's looking to leave Chelsea, or there are clubs interested in signing him. I don't believe that, because it's one. Here's why I say the report doesn't make sense. You can say we're thin in that department. Even if we want to sell him, I don't think we would do that now. We'll probably have to. I think the club would have to bring in another CB before deciding to sell Trevoh Chalobah. So I don't really believe this report here. It just doesn't make any sort of sense. But if you're in the chat, I want to get your opinion. What do you think? Do you think this is true? Do you think that he's viewed internally as another sellable asset? It just doesn't make any sort of sense. Let's assume we've signed. If the argument is that we've signed another centre back, now we feel like Trevoh Chalobah is surplus to requirement, and that we've put him up for sale, then I would believe that. So right now, I'd say no, I don't believe that. But so. Let's move on from that. Caicedo deal is creating a division. Fans are calling to walk away from the deal, while the rest are calling the board to press on. Some are saying just pay the fee and let's move on. But I think nobody really knows what's going on with that particular deal. But I know we'll get the deal over the line. So we'll get to that. We have that particular item lined up to talk about. And we have Mitchell Boy in the house. Chelsea Mitchell Boy, always nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Big up, Coach. Good morning. Good morning to you too, bro. And whenever you get a chance to share the link to your channel so people can go check it out, so I can talk more or less about it. And be sure you let them know this is my channel. Please go check it out and help you reach a certain subscriber milestone if you want to. JC, big up to you too. I hope you're all doing well. Athletic is another trash, mainly run upon the words of Martin Keown from Arsenal. Do I need to add anything more? Agendas, but we have to talk about it. But thank you for saying that. And this is Joshua Abashie. I appreciate you. That sounds like a Nigerian name. Good life to all the panelists. Thank you so much for saying that, Joshua. Chalobah and Gallagher should go on loan. Wow. Okay. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 30 likes already. Let's get it to 100. Remember, we're shooting for 300 likes today. Let's make it happen, people. Let's see what else we have here. Big up Mitchell Boy. Okay, just saying hello to Mitchell Boy. I'm gonna come back to the panel. Trevoh, your thoughts. But more importantly, big up to you, brother. I appreciate you finding the time to join today. I was gonna say if after 2 shows I don't see you, then you and I were fighting. But much love to you. What do you make of the news that Trevoh Chalobah is viewed internally as another sellable asset at Chelsea? To me, it's absolute nonsense. It doesn't make any sort of sense. If we signed a new CB, then I'd say yes, maybe that's the case. But even at that, we still need we'd still need them even if we sign a new CB. But your thoughts on the report, if you're there?
Yeah, coach. To be honest, in terms of Chalaba, I think this is all nonsense. But again, we'll never know until we see another things. But all I can say now, to be honest, from my side, we don't need to sell Trevoh Chalobah, and we don't. If it's possible, we don't need to buy another centre back because I know yes, Bashir Humphries, he's still young, but again, it can be sort of a backup than buying another a defender. So from my side, we rather keep Trevoh Chalobah, who knows the Premier League better now at the moment, and then maybe keep Humphries if he's able to stay, because I don't see Thiago Silva playing a lot of the games. Maybe those important games, yes, he might play them. So in terms of Chalobah at the moment, I don't believe this because if you sell him, who will be left there? Thiago Silva alone? I don't think
Yeah,
so.
we're already thin in that department. So I think we can agree that this report is absolute nonsense. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. This is nonsense, but we'll never know. For now, it's nonsense.
Yeah, until it happens, until maybe if we sign another center back, then you say maybe even at that, even if we sign one more center back, again he has Premier League experience, and plus overall he's maturing. You can say he's matured over time. He's become even more polished than he was when he emerged. But yeah, I agree with you. It's absolute nonsense. There's no need to believe that one. But if you're in the chat, I want to get your opinion. And I know JC likes Trevoh Chalobah, but for good reasons. I think he's a fine defender. He might not be the most flamboyant, but he gets the job done. But you could argue, yeah, in my opinion, Graham Potter did him dirty. That is just my opinion, and that's how I see it. Both and Carly Lowe says both Chalobah and Gallagher should go on loan. At this stage, I don't think Chalobah would want to go on loan. I think if he doesn't see, you can say if he feels like he's not wanted at Chelsea, he'd ask to leave. Yeah, even Gallagher at this point, he's again already we're hearing that he's asked to leave. But we have those items lined up, or those you can say topics lined up, and we'll get to them one by one. But that's why we're here to address them. And you can say call rubbish, and say maybe this report makes sense. And that's just the reason. I'll give you reasons why we think it makes sense. And Carly Lowe, I think this is your first time here. Welcome. Feel at home. Express yourself. All we ask of you is just to keep it civil. More importantly, thank you. Big love to the panel and everyone in the chat. Big love to you too, brother. I appreciate you we're happy. It looks like you're recovering. You've recovered. You're better now. But keep recovering until you're fully fit. Much love. You know how much we missed you when you weren't able to join us. But we love you so much, Bobby. Thank you so much. Giovanni Jafta says a big up, coach. Chat and panel. We're doing well. I hope you're doing well too, Giovanni. Thank you for finding the time to join the show. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 35 likes. Let's get it to 100 and shoot for 200 as soon as possible. That will go a long way. Just saying hello to Bobby there. Okay, people exchanging pleasantries. So we have to switch it to the next item we have lined up immediately. I like that. No waste of time on any of the items. The Conor Gallagher talks. This says I think we have about 3 items on you can say 3 different reports on Conor Gallagher alone. I think 3 of them are addressing the rumors or stories from differing perspectives. This one says West Ham United have bid £42 million plus £5 million in add-ons for Conor Gallagher, and the following report says Chelsea are set to discuss the Conor Gallagher bid with Mauricio Pochettino. That's to find out whether he really, if he really needs the player, or if should they go ahead and accept the bid. And the next one says Chelsea decided to reject West Ham's 40 million plus add-ons on Conor Gallagher after discussing it internally and talking to Mauricio Pochettino. Chelsea want 50 million. So from that, my interpretation of that is that, okay, after consulting Mauricio Pochettino, he told them he wants the player to stay. He likes him. So, but if they want to sell him, at least it should be more. So they decided, okay, even if somebody wants to buy him, they have to pay more. If he stays because the manager wants him to stay, then we'll keep him. But then again, he has 2 years left on his contract. You could say that's one of the reasons why they've decided, okay, you know what? If it's not renewing, then we have to sell him. And rumors are that the club hasn't actually offered him a new contract. So it's not that straightforward. It's a bit complicated if you've been following because the story with regards to his Chelsea future. And this says, according to the Times, that Conor Gallagher wants to leave Chelsea. So that aspect is very important. And this says also West Ham remain confident of securing the deal to sign Chelsea's Conor Gallagher, despite seeing an opening offer of £40 million rejected. Chelsea won £50 million, and there's optimism at the club at the London Stadium that an agreement can be reached. Okay, so it's complicated a bit. They had to consult. They had to, you could say, talk with, have a discussion with Mauricio Pochettino before deciding what to do. So it's not quite clear what the outcome of the meeting is, but it seems they're asking for 50 since he hasn't signed a new contract. And if we want to sell him, we have to get something sizable from his sale. But that's just my opinion. Trevoh, if you're still there, what do you make of the Conor Gallagher stuff?
Coach, to be honest, in terms of Conor Gallagher, I have 2 opinions. For example, the first thing I like that the club will consult Mauricio Pochettino first, whether he likes or not, for Chelsea to sell Conor Gallagher. And then also, we are hearing 2 different reports saying he would like to stay, he would like to leave, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, from my side, I'll let Conor Gallagher to leave only if we get a midfielder soon, because at the moment, we are so dry in terms of midfielder. We don't know what is happening in terms of Moises Caicedo deal, Gabriel Viega, so we can't take a risk and sell Conor Gallagher and then without any imminent replacement. So that's my opinion. And another thing, coach, for example, let's say we play 4-2-3-1 from day one until the end. Where would Conor Gallagher fit? Because as double pivot, it doesn't fit there. You can see sometimes he's sloppy and do other things. So I don't think this formation will work better for him. So what is your opinion on that?
4-2-3-1. I think I've seen him play there on the ground, Potter. You could argue in that structure it was against Wolves. That was you could say that's the best game, the best performance I've seen from him in that particular game. He played on the flanks while Mason Mount played in the 10th position. He played in the right wing position, and he was brilliant on the day. You could, if you, and I wasn't shocked because for Crystal Palace, he played on the flanks all the time. I've seen it again. I watched him play for Crystal Palace, and he was brilliant for them. So that structure isn't a problem for me, really. I think where he struggles is when you play him centrally. He lacks some of the most important, you can say, attributes you need to have when you play deeper in such structure, which is pass volume and all that, pass accuracy, and you can say being calm on the ball and all that. That's why I just don't want to see him play centrally if he stays. I want him to play on the flanks where he's comfortable, and maybe I see him matures as he becomes more polished. He'll learn how to play from a deeper position, operate from a deeper position. But that's just my opinion. Let's see what those in the chat has to say before we move on to the next item we have lined up. Please give me an update on Olise. Nothing new or rumors are that he's close to agreeing personal terms with us. Some are saying he's already agreed to join Chelsea, and some reports are saying, Fabrice Hawkins reported yesterday that we've made an offer less than 45 million pounds. I'm not too sure, but it's everywhere right now. So yeah, that's where we're at with that one, and that's Oyango. Oyango, I appreciate you finding the time to join. Thank you so much for joining the show. This is Coach. I really hope that Bobby can come on today. He will be able to tell you how deep is a love between Martin Keown and CFC. Martin cannot digest food without creating some trash about Chelsea Football Club. But thank you for that. Abdullahi Jafta says we don't need to sell Chalobah. He's an experienced player, a Champions League winner, a Super Cup, not Champions League winner. I think Super Cup winner. Was he in the squad when we won the Champions League? No, I don't think so. He returned and joined us the following
the season after.
Yeah, the season after. Yep. A Super Cup winner, Club World Cup winner, but the Champions League is an exception there. We need this guy, Sifikari Tomori, doing well at AC Milan, and I think we need him to. He's a fine defender, and he can only get better. That's just my opinion, though. Coach, are Chelsea ready to compete? Not yet. We can compete, but how? You can say not really. We're not that ready. I think we still need to make a few signings here and there. That's just my opinion. But the manager is the one that would tell you. You can say whether we're ready to compete or not. So it's not in my place to say that. Hello to you too, Constantine Dante. Always nice to see you, brother. Much love to you. I appreciate you joining. Joshua Abashi says good life to all the panelists. Chalobah and Gallagher should go. Okay, Coach, I can assure you that the intensity of trash in media is going to grow exponentially. Am I shocked? No, I'm not. It's a silly season, especially looking at how CFC are playing in preseason. Yep, we're vulnerable. We are the Chelsea fans. We are vulnerable, and they are exploiting that. They are very creative. You can say formulating stories or constructing stories that are believable. We've seen quite a lot of them, and a lot of them I didn't believe, and quite rightly. But that's by the way. I'm going to come to you, Martin. We haven't gone too far. Sorry, Trevoh, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say something. I know it's out of topic, but I just want to say this. People or our fans were writing off Nicholas Jackson, calling him names. I won't mention them here, but he's proving people wrong. Give the kid a time. Give the kid time. He'll cook. Because at the end of the day, there was no Hurricane before Mauricio Pochettino. He was fourth choice striker as best. Pochettino made him an elite striker. I'm not hyping Jackson yet, but again, if Mauricio Pochettino can make Hurricane an elite striker, why not with Jackson? That's my opinion.
I agree with you. I think we saw the argument when we signed him. People are saying we still need an established striker, that they don't trust him that much. Some are saying that, some are actually saying that he reminds them of Timo Werner. I hope by now, I you can say I don't hope so. I'm certain that by now they've changed their stance on Nicholas Jackson. But that's, by the way, I'm going to come to you, Martin. Let's start by talking about this report with regards to the future of Trevoh Chalobah.
Yeah,
This one here saying Trevoh Chalobah is viewed internally as another sellable asset. I said it's absolute nonsense. And you
yeah,
know, you're into debunking such stories. What do you make of it? Because we're here to educate people and not
yeah.
just to be panelists. So, but your thoughts? I'm waiting for you.
Okay, first of all, Liam, to me, and big up everyone, the panel, the chat,
Hmm. Big up
smash
to
the
you too,
likes
brother.
button, so everyone. So first thing, to look at is the Athletic and Liam Toomey. So these guys, they don't have Chelsea's best interest at heart. We know they've been
Mm,
trying to push Cucurella agenda. They've been trying to push even Chalobah and some other players that they are not affiliated to. So looking at that point of view, you can see that this report is just, it has no substance. He is viewed internally. It makes no sense. Positionally, it makes no sense. Individually, it also doesn't make any sense because
mm,
he literally captained us in the first game. And this is one of them ones that you look at and you just look at them and you ask them, like, is this really necessary? If teams are interested in him, they will always be interested, and it's for us to decide. It's similar to the reporting of, you know, um Chelsea viewing Corner as being surplus to requirements. It makes no
mm.
sense. We literally have no requirements in midfield. We need requirements in midfield. So, and now we have, and the 35 million, I'm like, we wouldn't do that. It's just no club would do that to their player. It's too cheap, it's too low. And now we are hearing the real price now, and from the people that are actually connected to Chelsea. So this is where you look at and you say the
You can
Athletic.
say the market is saturated. I don't know if that's the correct term, but go ahead
Yeah,
with what you were saying. Yeah.
yeah, and what they do, they're pushing agendas for other clubs that are interested in the player. So someone like another club might be interested in Trev, and they're telling the Athletic to put out this kind of piece, to lay the groundwork so that maybe next week or so, when an offer comes in, it seems as part of the process, but it's not. Trev is not for sale. If we need to do anything in the centre back region, it will be to sign another centre back, not to sell one. So yeah,
Hmm. Yeah.
that's
How
that
about
on
Conor
this.
Gallagher?
So Connor is like what we said yesterday of, about his profile. West Ham, we're working with Nisa on this one, and you can see the way the report, has progressed. You know that it's always set up to get him out of Chelsea. And like we said, it's all about the player profile and how, he's going to fare in a team and the way the team is going to be. It's not it's not about the two extremes of people saying, oh, he's Cobham, we love him and he loves the club and he should stay no matter what. And also those that are trying to get him out because he's just not pleasing on the eye. It's a balance in the middle, and it's a balance of the profile and how the coach plans on, playing his midfielders or the tens. So if West Ham are interested, which we know they are, and they've put in a 40 million bid, which we know wouldn't be enough. I mean, technically,
We've rejected it actually. We're
yeah,
saying we want 50. That's according to report, but
yeah, as a package,
some reports are saying we rejected the bid after speaking with Mauricio Pochettino, after holding a meeting internally. So probably
yeah,
seeing the manager wants him. So maybe they've decided, okay, since the manager wants him and he
hmm
hasn't signed a new contract, so if we really want to sell him, let's make sure we get something out of him, or they should just go away. But go ahead with what you were saying.
yeah. I don't think it has anything to do with his contract. I don't think it has anything
Mm,
to do with anything other than West Ham are interested because they can see, he can bring in goals and energy to the midfield. And
mm,
Poch is interested in keeping him because he knows he can drop him in the attacking third, and with his chaos and his finishing, he can get you goals in the season. And that's it. So I think it's all a matter of narratives and storylines and all of that. I don't think
mm,
Chelsea wants to let him go, and I don't think the player wants to go either. But if indeed there is a sweet spot where everyone is going to be happy, I think it's 50 million. And that's just exactly what it is, because 50 million can get you
Yeah,
Amrabat,
I think it's a good
50
price
million can
if
get
they
you
can pay.
Lavia.
But do you think they pay that much money for him?
Yes, because they're receiving that much money from Arsenal. So Arsenal is just giving us 100 and what 15 million for Kai and Gallagher, literally. So they have the money, and we all know they have the money, and that's why we can do this. If it was an Everton, we would say okay, maybe 45. But if it's West Ham, and we know how arrogant they are with their prices, then
Mm,
we can make it 50. And bearing in mind, if they don't meet it, we'll keep him, and we'll happily keep him. And he can go next year for 50 still. So
yeah.
so we know he can be utilized in the team. We know he can chip in the odd goal here and there. We know he can be fit. He can run for days. And for a defensive counter-attacking team, he's going to be perfect for their system. So if David Moyes, wants to play the way he wants to play, and he needs the kind of players to work as hard as they need to, then Gallagher for 50 million is perfect for them. It's
Mhm.
just perfect. He will get so many goals against the bottom half in open games where you need people running, you know, box to box all game. He's going to be perfect for that. So he's worth the amount to them. To us, he's worth the amount to let us have the scarcity in midfield at this point in time, because of course we'll still need replacements.
Yeah.
Lavia's quoted for 50 million, so that's a could be a direct replacement if you want that in a defensive side, or in an attacking side. You could say Kudus, they're asking for over 40 million for him. We could take
Mhm.
the 50 and get them, and get Kudus for 50 as well. So it makes sense in the profile, it makes sense to both teams, and it makes sense also for the player's career. He gets to go to West Ham, he plays every single game of the season, and he progresses in his career. So it's good for everyone, but 50 is the spot. If it's not 50, then it doesn't really make much sense, really.
Yep, thank you so much. Let's see. You guys are gonna see that Jackson is going to cook this season. And coach, when he cooks this season, I am gonna need you to come back here and say that he is better than Vlahovic. I think they're different profile. Again, they differ the way they applied in some sort of pitch. But that's just my opinion. But big up Star Slayer 344. I appreciate you joining. Now, bro, we still need a target, man. I think we're gonna come back to this. Let me highlight that, and that's from my bro and friend Santiago Moon. It's always nice to see you. Team Verona, really, yeah. Heston, if you are on Twitter, if you happen to join Twitter, you better come with a bag because you'll be throwing up. It's from giving some of the takes you will see there. Yeah, unfortunately, who
But
said,
coach,
yeah,
I disagree in terms of we needed target man. Those
mm,
opinions might be from us fans, but again, if you look the way Hurricane plays under Pochettino, he was playing a similar role with Nicholas Jackson, dropping in, creating space for his attackers, and also make runs. That's how Hurricane was used under Pochettino. So what if to be honest, coach, I have a feeling that Pochettino recommended this kid because we got him out of the blue. I just have this feeling that Pochettino wanted this kid all along.
that may well be the case. Martin, do you agree? Do we still need a target man? Okay, I'll keep going. If Martin is there when he comes back, he can talk about it. And this says, yeah, yeah, uh, you're lucky you're not on Twitter, really. This one is coming straight from the Goalkeepers Union. Kepa is a name among candidates for captaincy by Poch.
Yep.
Yes. I was asking you, do you think we need a target man?
No, and it's the same understanding from the last time and from the very, very, very
Mhm.
first start of the window. The emphasis, the look and the focus should be on Broya. Is Broya ready to compete? If he's not, because I think I'm not sure where his development and his recovery is at this moment. So if he's not ready, then he needs to see this one out, at least still, for the first 6 months, which means we might need a competition for that, which might also involve the Eli El Yewahi and other strikers. But I
Mhm.
think the first striker on the list would be Jackson. And then there's also the possibility of playing Nkunku there at times, maybe off the bench or later in games or different, in different combinations. So that's where, players like Kudus, are are seen as good signings because they could double up on that, and even the Cherkis as well, and play Nkunku higher up the field. So the emphasis is on Broya. Is he recovered? Is he ready? Because we need that should Jackson get injured or or he's on poor form or something. So I think that's where the focus is. If he's not, and they've determined that internally, then another striker would be needed.
All right, thank you for that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 49 likes. We should get it to 100 as soon as possible. Captain of Keepers, yes. Michi has shared the link to his YouTube channel. Please go check it out and make sure to subscribe. He's saying streaming live on Tuesday and Thursday at 19:00, which is 7 p.m. UK. I'm guessing, is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. I think so. This says, good morning, Coach and Latif Khalid. Latif from New York. Much love to you too, my American bro. Thank you for finding the time to join. Why are we selling these two kids? I don't know. The rumors at this point, you could say, just see them as rumors until it happens. We've analyzed it and we've seen reasons why both, you could say, has to stay. Chalobah has to stay because we're thin in that department. Gallagher, we've heard that Mauricio Pochettino likes him, and as you've heard from my fellow panelists here, it's a narrative that's you could say designed, you could say to get us to maybe to want to sell him, or the player to has to turn, or to help the club that wants to buy the player. To me, it's nothing. Their players are okay. Their players, then we go after them. I'm not happy. Fofana is injured, and we are selling Chalobah. I don't think it's happening. I think we've analyzed that. If you will listen, we've come to the conclusion that it's not. It just doesn't make any sort of sense. Chelsea should decide on Caicedo and see other alternatives like Romeo Lavia of Southampton, Martin Zubimendi of Real Sociedad at defensive midfield, and Kudus or Vega at Vega of Celta Vigo, AM and Cherki at right wing. Hurry up, Chelsea. But let's see what the club does. More importantly, Alex Billet, I appreciate you finding the time to join. Big up to you too, Rido. Who do you prefer, Olise or Kudus? I think they're two different profiles. Kudus is more of a 10, Olise is more of a winger. So I'd take them both. And chances are we're planning to sign both. Chelsea have done great business, Richie says, have done great business this window with the players out, with outgoings. Yep. However, I like Gallagher's versatility and youth. Unless a mad beat comes in, 55 million, Chelsea should keep him. Rumors are that we're asking for 50 million. But let's see what happens. I just don't believe the rumors. Constantine Dante, if you have an offer of 45 plus now for Gallagher, to take it, because a lot can change in a year. That's just the truth. But I've learned to trust those in charge at the club, given how they handled the outgoings. We've seen on 2 occasions 2 players have high profile players that we've sold. The buyers had to come with you can say different beats 3 times each before we sold the respective players to them. I'm thinking about Kai Havertz and Mason Mount. If you follow the story, by now you should learn to trust those in charge at the club. Big up to you too, Prince Mohab. Mohaz Kachila, I'm fine. Thank you for asking. Let's see. We'll set a price tag for Conor and Colwill. For Conor, it's either 50 million or no deal. For Colwill, since Brighton, I think they are smart, it's either 120 million or no deal. But let's see what happens. I don't think he leaves. Chelsea has sold a lot of academy players in the last 3 years. But why? Because some of them, lots of them want to leave. It's as simple as that. Players like Tomori, Abraham, Hudson-Odoi, Mount, Christensen. Hudson-Odoi is still here. Christensen didn't want to stay. So I get it. Mistakes were made because you can say, I wouldn't say mistakes were made with regards to his contract situation, actually. Now, Chalobah and Gallagher, pending. But let's see what happens. Jerry Z, nice to see you. I appreciate you joining. if Caicedo's deal isn't closing this week, then we should act as swiftly as we need the incoming midfielder to integrate quickly into the team. But let's see what the club does. I think we'll get that deal over the line. I'm so confident. Coach, at Twitter CFC, fans are making alliance with Galatasaray fans to free Caicedo. Really? Why did I see that? I have to check. Then that's a good one. Caicedo has to take
Coach.
responsibility. What's that?
No.
Okay, let me wait for him to come back. Maybe I don't understand what my bro is saying there. But when Trevoh comes back, he'll explain. Caicedo has to take responsibility for his decision. When he signed a 4-year contract, he should have included a release clause on, you can say, an exit strategy. If he intended to move in the summer, actions have consequences. I would blame his agent and not him. And Trevoh, when you're ready, I'd like you to speak. Martin, do you understand this report here? Okay, what was that? Okay, go ahead.
This other account from Brighton Bubbles, he was saying that to Galatasaray fans, help us to free Lavia, not free Caicedo. He said free Lavia from Chelsea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think they're just giving the Brighton account way too much attention at this point.
Maybe trolling them too.
Yeah, exactly. It's a Twitter thing.
All right, let's see here. Good morning, my big bro. Good morning to you too. Gang Felix, I appreciate you. I am watching live from Nigeria. My biggest challenge with Chelsea, they are acting too slow in the market, and this is not helping matters at all. I think I'm going to say something I've always said. Lots of us fans are just frustrated because we actually do not know what players we're looking to sign and what players were walking and signing and all that. But let's see what happens. That's how I see it, honestly. Is Caicedo coming to Blues? I don't have an answer to that yet, but I'm confident we'll get the deal over the line. Nah, he's not Chelsea level. Okay, let's see. Proper target man. It's a bit redundant these days, isn't it? Most managers prefer a more fluid approach because usually target men are traditional, or you can say they operate what you could say as stereotypical number 9s, and managers want a more fluid approach these days. So I understand your argument there. Why should we sell those keys? Then after they started shining from their parent clubs, and we're back for them. Usually, sometimes that's the only option we have. When a player has just less than a year left on his contract and wants to leave or are asking for guaranteed game time, and if we cannot offer that, on most occasions we don't have options than to let them go and insert a buyback clause or a solemn clause on their contract. If that makes sense. Sometimes you can't just help but let the player go. Otherwise, you lose them as a free agent. Caicedo's deal will happen. Let's play with Brighton until then, until when the window is about to close in. They cannot get a replacement. Here's the thing. It's a risk. If you leave it towards the time that the window closes, some other club might, you can say, show interest, and then we have a problem because some of them, there's a chance. Again, the next club that will come for him will have Champions League football, and probably most likely he'd choose the club that will offer a Champions League football. If that makes sense, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. John Opolot, that's not a good idea. What is not, you have to elaborate. Let's see, guys. That's King Ice. I appreciate you joining. Guys, are you really sure that Caicedo wants to come can come to Chelsea? If you've been following the story, you'd know that he wants to come to us, but it's not up to him. The clubs has to agree terms on the terms of the transfer before it happens, because we have to see that we have sold all of our midfielders, and we have to be very careful. You can argue probably they're saying that we sold our midfielders nearly all we sold all our experienced midfielders, and maybe they know we're desperate, and that's why they're not too much in a hurry to sell Moises Caicedo. Any news about Caicedo? We'll just just discussing him. Go ahead, Martin. It looks like you want to say something.
Yeah, but this is just an ongoing saga, and another weird thing we haven't really noticed is the fact that Brighton haven't actually set a price tag on the player.
Hmm.
There've been hints from the media that, oh, because of Rice, but before the Rice deal was done, conversations were on, and there wasn't really a price tag, and we keep hearing this, that they still want Levi and this. I think now it's just a trolling thing, honestly, because I think just is willing to put on the 80 million or 85, but they feel like if they do that right now, that will get rejected, and then it'll mean they can go lower than that for the next bid.
Yep,
So
yep. You have to again.
yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
so they need to get that whiff of the you know the the other team willing to accept a good deal, because I feel like Brighton is just not willing to accept anything that wouldn't fit their terms or whatever. So it's a weird one, honestly, but it's a weird one also, the fact that we are not going for other targets, because remember we went in for Ugarte and we're willing to spend 55 million, and we wanted Ugarte and Caicedo. So my question to that is, so who now would be replacing the Ugarte part of that pairing? So I feel like we need to, go for other midfielders, just to have cover still, because Enzo and Caicedo could still get injured. Are we going to now rely on Santos and Caicedo throughout the season? So it's where other players like the Amrabat or other names on their list would come in. So we could get a less than 50 million signing, a midfielder. I think that would ease a whole lot of the impatience the fan base is having at the moment. Because if Ugarte was already here, then would know that there's a chance we could go into the season with him and Enzo and then reevaluate. But I think we haven't gone for any other established midfielders or someone defensive enough to fill in, that void. Even a player like Lavia. Well, and I think that's what's making fans a little bit impatient about the deal. But so on the negotiation table, we don't know what they've been discussing. They've discussed over a month now, and it was a 70 million bid. So it's a weird one. We are not certain what the terms are. Brighton are not certain what the terms are either. Chelsea want the player, and I think they're willing to spend as high as he will take. But I don't think Brighton is making it about the money yet. I think they're, of course, everyone would like 100 million, but I think they keep hinting on Levi and hinting on so many other things, and it's weird. And even the charade from
Hmm.
from their admin, from their coach, from most of their media sources and reporters, it looks like they're just trolling at this point. It doesn't look serious, because they're not pinpointing anything that will get the deal done. They're not. They're just
Yeah.
dancing around
Mhm.
and hoping time just passes enough, and then they keep him still. It's a weird one.
Yeah, it is indeed. I will again. I catch up with what we have, then I'll bring Bobby in a bit. Almost all our Premier League mid-table teams play low block football. We cannot keep playing direct football against them. We need a target man to be able to play pragmatically if the direct football doesn't work. I agree with you, but do I think Poch would do that? It's hard to tell, but we'll find out. But thank you. That argument there makes a perfect sense. But let's see what the manager does. Hey, everyone. Hey to you too. Mwamba, I just don't get the disrespect towards Gallagher. Not too long ago at Palace, he was cooking. And if we were going to judge him based on last season, then almost we should judge everyone. I think I agree with you. Again, people aren't judging him fairly, really. But that's just my opinion there. Chelsea must sign Caicedo. It's a must. We have that topic lined up here. We don't have a good goalkeeper, but we are busy selling young, talented players. I think we'll get a goalkeeper in. Okay, just having a conversation there. Isn't Kudus also recognized as a winger? Coach, I think he's capable of playing on the flanks, but from what I've seen, mainly he's a 10. He's more effective at playing centrally. That's just my opinion anyway. I saw some matches he played as a winger after Anthony left Ajax. Okay, maybe that's the case. I heard Lazio are interested in Callum Hudson-Odoi. It's just a matter of time. But it looks like his preference is to stay in London, and rumors are that he's agreed personal terms with Fulham. But let's see, if we are not going to buy a good goalkeeper, we are going to suffer again this season. But we're looking to sign a goalkeeper after all. Let's see. So you were saying that you know more about tactics information than Pochettino, Mr. Santiago. Okay, you're just having a conversation with him. Cannot wait for my bro Roger to come on here. He must be happy with certain news as a goalkeeper, as the chairman of the Goalkeepers Union. Gallagher for 50 million. It's a good price. When you go to West Ham for Rice, they insist on a higher price. So let them pay. We are not in a rush to sell Gallagher. Okay, let's see. Coach, I do not want to ignite. Yep, I think I've read that. The topic where you will discuss the future captain. I think, yeah, we plan on doing that. It's obvious that the future captain will not be a Silva. I think the battle is among Rhys James, Kepa, and Nkunku for the captaincy. As long as Silva is still at the club, I think he will become the captain. That's just my opinion. And then you have the deputy, and so on. Caicedo was unknown just 2 years ago. We shouldn't spend 100 million. We overpaid for Cucurella when the fans thought he was the fix, and he isn't better than Hall. Okay, that's just your opinion. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Yes, free Caicedo. That hashtag, I think we should get it trending. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 64 likes. Let's get it to 100 as soon as possible. Remember, we're shooting for 300 likes today. If you're watching, if you haven't liked the video, please kindly do so for us. We'd really appreciate that. The likes do go along. We're 118 people watching in just 64 likes. I think we can do much, much better than that. Which defender do we have such yeah, I don't know. It's just rumors. I'm not going to blame the club for something I don't believe. Should Caicedo be valued at 100 million though? The answer is no, and I don't think we'll pay 100 million for Caicedo. I don't even think we'll pay 90. That is just my opinion. But let's see what happens. Rice has a years of Premier League experience. He's won a trophy too, and the English tax, thus 100 million plus a price tag. But Caicedo, no, we shouldn't. I think they don't measure. Yep. Hi, Coach. Nice to see you too. I hope you're doing well. I was a guest panelist on Shrey FC minutes before you came. Still, I saw you there. Yeah, I was there to support him. But good to see you. You on the panel there too. Can we see Gallagher's stats at Palace? I think he was good, but I'm not sure. I can't pull that up now. I think it will cause a problem for me because the sites where we can see there, it always has pop-ups and all that, and I don't want to deal with that right now. Crystal Palace played with a three-man midfield. That's why Gallagher was cooking at Palace. I think they played 4-3-3, which was why you can say he's been better for us whenever he's played on the flanks, especially that. I will never forget that game against Wolves. He played in the right wing position, and he was excellent on the day. But that's just my opinion. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Feel free, Caicedo, Dixon, Donald. Let's keep that trending. Let's see if it makes a difference. Kolo Muani, rumors were that we were talking with his camp, but I'm not sure. I haven't heard that much of late. Silva will play in beats. The direction the club is taking its youth base. Everything is evolving around the youth. When you have 24 players of similar age, you opt to pick the captain from that particular age bracket. Is that what you're saying? Okay, we'll see what the club does. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go along. Who will be a third forward for Blues? I don't know really. But if we find out, the rest assured, you'd know. You are okay. Let's move on from that, Bobby. I'm gonna come to you. Let's ask you take you back a beat so that you'll be all caught up here. We'll start with the discussion that Trevoh Chalobah is viewed internally as another sellable asset at Chelsea, and we've come to the conclusion it's absolute nonsense. But your thoughts, Bobby, and more importantly, greetings to you.
Hi, Coach. Hi, who's that you're with?
Hi to you too.
Sorry?
I say hi to you too.
Hi. Who's the other panelist?
That was Martin.
Hello,
There's
Martin.
Martin, there's
Yeah.
Tobago.
Oh, Tobago. Yeah. Wow. It's been a minute. Listen. This. The time of year we're in. Yeah. Okay. Maybe initially they were considering selling Chalobah, but now it makes no sense. So I agree with you. It is rubbish. We're going to keep getting this. I am also not, and I reiterate, I am not for the sale of Gallagher. Um, I'm glad the bid has been rejected. Whether it will continue to be rejected, I don't know. I'm very interested in hearing what Pochettino says in his pre-match conference today, because I'm sure he'll be asked about this, and that will tell me a lot. I don't think he should be sold. I don't think. I think the club will listen to Pochettino. I think they should listen to him and not sell him. He's an important player at this point in time. I rewatched the game against Brighton, and yes, Gallagher needs to improve, like so many other players in that team. But he was doing a lot of covering for Andre Santos. Andre Santos played a very sort of almost static defensive midfield role. He played his role, he played it well most of the time, but he has a lot to learn as well. And Gallagher was everywhere in that defensive midfield position. That's what people didn't really realize. And he ran forward to support Chukwuemeka, who I believe had a great game. He was very, very responsible for doing something that we've often not been able to do in the past, and that is carry the ball forward from defense to attack via the midfield and be there as a passing out option for defenders and defensive midfielders. Anyway, I don't want to distract too much from your initial point about Chalobah, which has kind of taken me on to Gallagher. I mean, neither of those players should be for sale. I've looked at, I know there's more of pre-season to have. We still need to see Slonina in goal. But from what I've seen so far, players not for sale include Chalobah, include Gallagher, and certainly of the youngsters include Chukwuemeka. Chukwuemeka's ready for first team football. He really is. He needs to be in the squad. Watch that game again very, very carefully and watch his role. He was quite pivotal to what we did, and giving him more time in the team, getting the team better integrated. I think he's going to be good. I thought that Cassidy was a little bit ahead of him, but on looking at that now, he's definitely ahead of Cassidy.
All right, thank you for that, Bobby. I'll come back to you soon. And thank you for saying that, brother. Just as far as I appreciate you saying that. Thank you so much. That means a lot to us here. I don't think we should let Brighton bully us. I don't think they're bullying us. It's business for all parties involved. I get it, and again, it's not clear. None of us, you can say, have attended one of those, you can say, meetings or conversations where they talked about the valuation of the player and how much we're willing to pay. Yeah, Bobby, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to drop on Caicedo. There's all this talk, as I've said, the time we're in, of all this. I know Fabrizio kind of started that off. Chelsea and Brighton are talking, they're talking. And it gives the impression that every 5 minutes they're sitting in front of each other and talking. Yeah. They're not talking. You know what I mean? They're not talking. Chelsea dropped something and walked away. That's part of the problem. I think part of the problem is because they are not talking. And so rumors are flying left, right, and centre. To me, how I see it, and of course, it's, I don't know exactly. I think Chelsea went, they dropped a bid. Brighton said no. They've gone away. They're thinking of coming back again. They're not in conversation. That's why you have this issue of Caicedo's team wanting to bring them to the table to talk.
To have a face-to-face talk.
I think.
Yeah, they're not in constant conversation. That's part of the problem. And I think, as much as Brighton are irritating, they have the power. They have this player on a new contract. They have all the cards at the moment in terms of the negotiation. And if it is 100 million, because they haven't actually come out and said that, they're still
Exactly.
open. They're still open to negotiate. If you come with a figure, no point bringing them a figure that
But
they
they're not asking
rejected from
for a
Arsenal
figure.
in January. If Chelsea come with like, okay, here's 75 million minimum, and then we give you 10 million on top of that in add-ons, that's 85 million, then they'll sit up. But coming with 70 and then 5, it's they're clearly going to say no because they don't have to sell.
Yeah,
Um,
but you're missing the key part of what the coach said in the last press conference. He said it wasn't about the money, that if they wanted to include Colwill, then they could do a swap.
Forget all that. Forget all that.
Exactly. And I think
Chelsea
that's
fans
exactly why.
are the people
That's
fueling that.
no,
Colwill is
no,
not
chill, chill,
on
chill.
the. Let me tell you something.
Let,
Levi
let, him- let him
Colwill.
drop, Martin.
Levi Colwill has nothing to do with those negotiations. Nothing. Chelsea sent him there on loan. Is it every player you send on loan that you suddenly are obligated to sell to the club if they have a successful loan?
No,
Chelsea have said he's not for sale. So any
exactly.
other thing that anybody else is saying, it's all drama and mind games. There's
Yeah,
nothing. Chelsea are not negotiating Levi Colwill. Let's get that
ex
150% clear. It's not part.
exactly.
And Brighton are not asking for Levi
No,
Colwill.
they are. They just did.
Who?
They
The
are, Bobby.
coach
They're really
literally
asking.
just did.
They've
And
actually put
So
in a
you're
bid.
saying
and
that
the
in Chelsea's
reports.
negotiations,
Yeah.
Brighton is saying, "Oh, put in Levi Colwill." No, that's
Yes.
all. That's all media talk.
It's not media talk. The coach literally just said that. That's what got us angry. That's
Well,
what got.
he's not part of the negotiation.
Yeah,
Period.
but that's exactly why I think they're not talking at the moment.
Well,
Because earlier,
money talks. Why they're not talking is because there's not enough money for them to talk. If we could have overpaid or
and
for
that's the thing,
Cucurella
yeah.
and then put Colwell for loan, then all we simply have to do is go towards the 100 million. Colwell is not
We
part
could
of the
do that.
negotiation. It makes no sense.
We could do that, but then you're paying, 20 extra million for a player you would have gotten for 80 if they weren't
Why?
so insistent on making it a swap deal. And I
A
think that's
swap deal for what purpose? A swap deal only to go and find yourself back in the transfer market looking for a replacement at a hideous
exactly,
price. Doesn't make
exactly.
any sense.
And that's the difference here. From our point of view, it's a no-no. We
Of
want the
course, it's a
player
no-no. Pay the
for his,
money.
yeah, but then the valuation that was set previously would have not been the same valuation right now, because we know that, they started talking before the Rice deal was completed. So that's where I think the problem is. The problem is there was a negotiation previously, and the price was probably set around 80, 85 million. But now they've been insisting on having a player we're telling them is not for sale. And I think the biggest hint we could get from that is when their own coach, the coach went out of his way to
I'm
tell the
I'm 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 fed up with hearing that. Really,
exactly.
it's
And
a
that's why it's
detail
so
that
annoying.
is like a broken record.
And that's why it's
Levi
annoying.
Colwell
It's not for
is
sale.
not for sale. It makes
Exactly.
no sense. Listen, it makes
Exactly.
no sense. Even if he's included in the bargain, it's going to be even more expensive because he's going to need to be replaced. So let's
Hmm.
forget about it. Either Chelsea pays the
The
so-called
money,
overinflated price,
or we
which isn't
go.
the first time it happens, or we forget about it. I don't really
Exactly.
see.
And that's
Uh,
exactly where the deal has
Just,
come to
yeah, just
right
quickly,
now.
Martin. I think you were trying to make a point. I don't know.
Yeah, the point is exactly what you just said is exactly where the deal have come to right now. And this is why the agent is trying to get the two teams back together, because Chelsea have said we don't want either of both options. The right option is in the middle for 80, 85 million without any player involved. And Brighton are sitting there like, nope, we want your man, or you go to 100. And that is exactly where we are right now. And a decision needs to be made, because the longer it drags on, it doesn't benefit either of us. So this is exactly where it's come to. And that's why the agents are trying to get us back to the table to talk. Just to know they can put in an 80, 85 or whatever. But Brighton will just say, no, we want 100. And now we're thinking, because if the previous valuation was 80, Why should we pay 20 million extra? That could be like a sponsorship. That could be like a brand, it could be also so like billionaires don't become billionaires by paying 20 million extra, all because Brighton is being petty. So I think Brighton is just a little bit bitter at the fact that they know they can't get their player, and now they just want to drag us along with it. And
To
that's
see
exactly
if
where we are.
it eventually
It's not
comes to
their
that.
player. It's not their player, and
The
Yeah,
player
yeah.
in the
fact
times
is,
their target, the player they
Yeah,
want to
their
sign.
target,
Yeah.
and you can see it from the way, because they asked him about Caicedo. He said, "No, don't ask me about Caicedo. Ask me about this other guy." And if Chelsea wants to, you can see it's something that he must have gotten from the discussions with maybe Tony Bloom or their negotiators, and the emphasis he said was, if the factors hasn't changed, they didn't say the price. They didn't make it about the price. They almost didn't even mention about the price, because I don't think it's about the price for them either. But of course, 100 million will make anyone happy. So Chelsea doesn't just want to go to 100 million just for the sake of them being bitter about it, because they know we can seal a deal for 80, 85. But then if we put in that offer right now, they'll just say rejected. Give us your man, or you go to 100. So it's
All
a
right.
decision.
All right, let
well,
me catch up with what we have there before it becomes too much, please. We've left them. What's the language I'm going to use there to be correct? But we'll get back to that, and we haven't actually gotten to the Caicedo items, and we're into it already because it's the elephant in the room. I don't think we
just
should
forget
let.
about it because it makes no sense.
I
You
don't
know,
think we should.
I've
Go ahead,
taken my
Bobby.
mind off it. If you don't want to pay the 100 million, then forget it. Move on. Go find
Um,
somebody else. It's as simple as that.
okay. I don't
I
think
have
we should.
I have a solution.
Sorry. I don't think we should
Can you
let
hear me?
Brighton. Yeah, we can hear you. You wanted to say something?
I have a solution.
Okay,
Yeah,
go
what
ahead.
is it?
Can you give me 1 second? Let me catch up with what we have in the chat so it doesn't grow too long.
No
I don't think
problem.
we should let Brighton bully us. We could go for Chomeni instead. Maybe if Santos is good enough, we could use him instead. And you never know. And we're being told that again, whether we sign other midfielders depends largely on how the preseason pans out. Which translates to me that we're trying to give the youngsters a chance. How well they do will let us know, okay, what profile of midfielders we should be looking for, and what profile of midfielders we have available to us. I think we can even win the Premier League this season if Man City is off color. The title race will be between City and Chelsea. Wow, some argument right there. Let's see what else we have here. Now, too many already because we were busy talking on the talking there. Let's see what else. Anything else? Okay, maybe there aren't too many as I think. This says Mark Smith says Brighton has briefed the figure and it's 100 million pounds. I take that as the club stance. Wow. Okay. Brighton want Colwill and they see him as the next cash cow for them. That may well be the case, but we said to them, we're not letting him go, and you cannot get him. Let's see. What else do we have here? Just 1 second. De Zerbi is not negotiating. He cannot hope for Messi, and that his duty as a manager, don't dwell on it. Okay, let's see what else we have here. I'm almost catching up there. And that's why I always dread letting it grow that long. It can be distracting. How do you know they are not asking for Colwill? Yeah, you could say, and then how do you know they're asking for Colwill? It's it goes both ways. Bobby Colwill is not helping the situation. His display picture is still him wearing a Brighton shirt, and he doesn't sign a new long-term contract deal with us. 2 years left versus Caicedo's 5 years left. Who has a leverage? I think it's important we actually talk about that, and I'm going to start with Roger. Roger, big up to you. I hope you're doing well. Hola, senor. Gracias. Bonjour. What we have on the screen here, it makes sense to pay attention to that, really.
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam, my brother.
Hello, everybody.
We're doing well. Yeah, but what you make of this? I think it's important that we look at it because there are so many other factors you could look at it and bring it into the conversation and say it doesn't look like he wants to stay, but it's just speculation. No matter what angle you see it from, but you go ahead.
Who are you referring to?
We're talking about Levi Colwill.
Oh, Levi. Yeah. Listen.
Do you see the comment on the screen, or should I read it for you?
No, I can see it.
Okay.
Listen. I ignore this kind of stuff. I really do. Unless you hear from the source, him or herself, I don't go with speculation per se. I think it's quite trivial, to be honest with you. With regards to what Bobby says, preach, Bobby, preach. but basically, listen, there's an impasse in this negotiation, and there has to be some middle ground. I personally believe that, how shall I put it, that Brighton are, listen, they've taken us to the cleaners once with Cucurella, where we didn't just overpay, we vastly overpaid. And they're getting a ROI, return on investment, of about 2,000% at 80 million. You know, this is obscene. So I think if they're asking for the moon and they will not budge for 100 million, and let's say because of Mbappe, hypothetically, you know, we can get one of their midfielders, Chouameni, if we can get him for 70 to 80 million. I know he's not Premier League tested, but you look at their squad historically, they're all elite players. I don't see him failing, Chouameni, coming to the Premier League and being a flop. I think he has all the physical attributes, which Bobby will, I'm sure, love, but he has everything, and I think he would succeed. I don't think we should put all our eggs in the basket for Caicedo. Having said that, we do need someone of that caliber. So, but I don't think we should be taken to the cleaners once more. I really don't. Colwill, I don't think he's part of the equation. As Bobby said, we as an entity, Chelsea Football Club, has said he is not for discussion. He is not for sale. Ergo, end of conversation. But Brighton have dropped so many. Well, their press, the Brighton press, the sports press, have keep on mentioning him, and this is just fodder. You know, it's just pure fodder where they try to bring it up. I'm sure Brighton would love to get him still, and perhaps they've mentioned him in negotiations, but Chelsea need to stay steadfast. They really do. We are down 2 defensive centre backs. We're down Fofana and currently the Frenchman. You know, it's not good. We're in a position where I don't believe we can sell, for instance, Chalobah. I don't think that we don't have the room to sell him, you know, and then, you know,
and an academy kid and a 39-year-old man. We don't. We it's not even for discussion. This is all media.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why we're here. We're here to talk about it, to educate people why they shouldn't believe it or why they should believe it.
And Badiashile is out for probably 4 to 8 weeks with a groin injury. And you know as well as I do, groin injuries, they're very delicate for obvious reasons, but they can easily go back into remission. So, you know, he has to be brought back very slowly indeed, because that's a very re-injurable part of the body. So we're very thin in this position. You go back 4 to 8 weeks ago, we were very deep in this position, but unfortunately we've been hit with the injury bug. That's why I don't believe you need 2 players for each position. It should be 2 players for each position plus another one for the actual, shall we say, field of position, whether that's, you know, like centre backs. So like you need one person, you need 2 people plus 1, you know. So for if you have 4 people for 2 centre backs, you really need 5 because listen, our history. It's not like we've gone quite a long time and we're so youthful, and which we are currently, but we haven't escaped the injury bug. Our record is appalling. We've been decimated, and there's no reason to believe that this won't continue. Listen, we haven't even started the season. We're already down a player, starter, and we've had a couple of scares already. So we need to be, and I agree with Bobby. I honestly believe we need to keep Chalobah for many reasons, but I understand because he's pure, unadulterated profit, and it's the same with Gallagher. I believe Gallagher. Listen, you look at our midfield. Not only the most experienced person in age-wise, but he's someone that can score goals. Don't forget this whole game is based on you scoring more goals than your opposition, and that's something that he brings to the table. Does he have deficiencies? Yes, of course. Name me a player that doesn't know. So I don't know, gentlemen. I think what's his name, Levi. Unless he comes out and states, "I want to move," he's already spoken to our coaching staff, if I'm not mistaken. So I've hoped that they've eased his concerns, alleviated his concerns, and reinforced the positives, and have said, "This is your position to lose." And I think that's all a player would want to hear. Basically, I'm sure that, assuming the people around him are advising him correctly, that's as good as it gets, gentlemen. It really is.
100%. And another thing to that, Roger,
Yeah, go for it.
is, people are talking about, Colwill hasn't changed his Instagram profile and so on. I looked at that and I thought, that's a bit strange. But really, I think Colwill has been advised to stay quiet because of negotiations about his new contract.
Sure.
There's talk of 6 figures being given to him, and he wants to ensure that. Now, his silence will facilitate his bargaining, if you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
So he doesn't need to talk now. He's spoken to Pochettino. He's working hard in pre-season. He's focusing on the team. I think because he hasn't categorically said either or, which I don't think he should.
No, I agree.
It's adding to the cannon fodder to continue fueling this, Colwill, this and that, and all this panic about Colwill. I'm very relaxed, and I think come September he will sign a deal with Chelsea.
He will. I think people are getting a lot of this mixed up. The player wants to stay with us, and I think we are not negotiating for him at all. But from what we've heard previously, which of course we knew was media antics and all of that, everything came down to the last press conference of De Zerbi, and this is why we are angry. And it kind of gives us a good indication as to how Brighton sees this Caicedo deal happening.
De Zerbi is posturing and stirring the pot. That's all he's doing.
100%.
Yes,
but it has no bearing on negotiations.
No,
unless he's actually.
Can we say that?
Yes.
Can we say that? Check
He's
the
not
Twitter.
doing the negotiating.
Yeah, check the Twitter account. You see the video of him making the exact statements like that.
Sure.
Yeah, he's not doing the negotiating, but the people close to them have been saying that they keep insisting on the player.
That may very well be the case. But
Exactly.
But all I'm saying
It
is
can be. That's a chance it isn't. It's open to interpretation.
Yeah, but when you have the actual people in whether it's digitally, whether it's on a conference call or in person, when you have, for instance, either I would say one of the co-sporting or both co-sporting directors, and possibly one of the owners, like Egbali, for instance, even though I believe it at this level it's done with the directors, I would assume so, because that's what they're paid for. The owners should be taking a back seat, which they have historically lately. I think that what Zerbi says is inconsequential. He can talk about World War I for all he likes. It's got no bearing on Levi Colwill being part of a negotiation. But I understand what you're saying, Martin. I get it. But I really do. As usual, you make sense and you're logical and well measured, but
because
and
it
but
explains the
also
impasse.
yes it does, to a certain extent it does, but Bobby, as always, is also equally as logical and well measured, and I understand both sides. I'm leaning more to Bobby's side, not because I generally agree with him, but it's because of the fact that when you look at the actual negotiations themselves, that's noise. These gentlemen are in what you would call the fishbowl, and that white noise is outside the fishbowl, if you understand the
So
terminology.
a decision needs to be made. Then, are we going to
I
100 or are we walking?
Yeah, I totally concur, sir. I believe. Listen, when one party is saying 100 million, one party is saying 80, mathematically, one would assume that the sweet spot would be 90. You
Yeah,
know, unless one party is not willing to budge, and if that's the case, then that's the end of discussion. Unless the other party will then relent. So it all
exactly.
depends. It all depends. I personally think that they've taken us. I think they're. Listen, unless they are 100% convinced that he is the one that takes us to the promised land, ergo top 4 or greater, then you know what? Then I personally believe that we should settle for less with perhaps Cherki or such. And what they have to do is they have to make sure, just like every club, they have a primary
Alternatives.
target and then they have secondary.
Yeah.
Do you understand? And
Like the
third.
Ugarte.
Yeah, exactly. You have to. A good organization at every moment in time, regardless, they have a list of players in all sports, by the way. You know, if they're professional, if they're efficient, etc. So it would behoove us to do that. It
And we
really
might
would.
even need to. We might even need to anyway. So this is where the question comes into, like, we need to be seriously looking at other targets, because I think Brighton is just going to be pity about this till they get their 100 million on nothing.
I totally agree. And you know what's going to hurt us the most? We start against Liverpool.
Yeah,
and
without.
I'm concerned that, let's say, we are stuck on getting him. We are obstinate enough to want him so much. I believe that it will be to our detriment, where we can't even start him. Or if we do start him, he will look out of sorts.
Yeah.
So you know, it's going to take weeks for him, if not months, for him to understand.
Get up to speed. Yeah.
Yes, to get up to speed, or to get up to fitness, perhaps to the standards of which the coaching staff want, but more importantly, to play as a unit, to understand how we operate collectively. There's a chance that he could just walk onto the field and, you know, make us look silly. I'm not saying he won't, but generally speaking, this does not bode well. Time is not on our side, and Brighton knows that. And alternatively, they also know that they are in no rush to sell him. They don't need money. You
can say also they know we're desperate.
Yeah.
I would say we have greater needs. I wouldn't say desperate, but I get what you're saying. And they know they have several aspects on their side, and they're willing to stand their ground. They're like, hey, you know what? We're not losing anything. We can stay put, and they realize that. So they have the upper hand in that regard with negotiations, and they know that, and I think they know that Chelsea know that, etc. So, you know, it's a game of posturing. It's a bit like poker in many ways. You know, I don't think we should be beholden to Brighton. I don't think they're holding ransom. You know, I don't think that should happen. We need
and we don't think that's the case. We don't know whether that's the case either, because they haven't actually talked much. The only time we heard that the agent would push for them to hold a face-to-face meeting was after the friendly.
Yeah, I know.
So,
then a lot of the responsibility should fall down to Chelsea for not expediting this process, for not initiating. Yes, because you can ask all the training staff, Poch, etc., and you know, I'm sure that he wants this kind of caliber player to to be at the training ground
Yeah,
or already like
yeah.
yesterday.
Already.
So this
Like,
doesn't bode well. They need to understand that time is of the essence, because this is a new coaching staff and a vast amount of new players, because we have departed, we've sold or let go, however you want to put on loan. We've loaned 16 players out in that regard, 16 outputs. So it's not like we're it's not like we're Pep and we have an established
we're not. It's all
squad
brand new.
exactly. So
And young.
it should impart us to understand that time is even of the greater essence.
Yeah.
And the blame should fall on the executives or whomever for us not expediting this process.
This impasse should have been reached 2 weeks ago. Like, I don't know what they were discussing.
Indeed.
It should have, and then we should have made
this could cost us points, which could indeed cost us either the championship, hypothetically, if we're good enough to get it, if we drop points, or being out of the top 4, even out of Europe. These things, these minor details matter. You know, a points dropped in the beginning of the season is still the same amount of points equal to as the last part of the season, mathematically. So we're shooting ourselves in the foot, proverbially speaking.
And we could have walked away back then and then come back again now to ask if they've changed their minds, you know, if they'll accept anything.
I think we'll still get that deal over the line.
You know what? To be honest with you, I thought that until recently, where I believe that they wouldn't mind saying no for even 100 million because of the fact that they're in Europe. Do you understand? They need
the quality.
It's like they need him actually, and they need to find an adequate replacement, and they want to be in Europe for the following year, so they want a top 7.
And
this is the new benchmark, so they're in no hurry.
Here's then because we haven't, again, there haven't been much talk as the media have been making it sound as if we've been talking with them every minute, every second. Finding out that has actually not been the case. Even if we've been talking with them, no face-to-face has taken place before that friendly took place before that friendly against them in the United States.
It's shocking.
I still think we get the deal over the line, and I think it was deliberate. There's no way to tell why that's the case.
Yeah, but I have seeds of doubts growing now as to whether this will actually come to fruition.
I think he will. Just remember to
No.
But let me catch up with what we have in the chat. In the chat, AD has been waiting for 3 years now. Jackson says Colwill can easily take himself out of the equation. Highlighting some specific word out and equation. Signing new long-term deal. That just says he doesn't want to come back to us. Kiss the badge. Okay. Clap to the fans after our match against Newcastle United FC. That's another way to do it. Or maybe just come out and say, I want to go back to Brighton. But I think he stays. We've seen that now. Let's see. Caicedo is also not for sale until it is 100 million. They have the right to set up any price they want. Yeah, and that's the truth. But do I think we'd pay 100 million for him? I'd say no. Let's see what else we have here. Too much speculations. Don't read into them. Enjoy life, but we're here. That's why we have a show. We have to analyze them and try to come to a sensible conclusion. If we all agree, then we just call it a day and go home. Okuchuku Chinedu says buying cheap players at Chelsea are better than costly players. Because the costly players haven't really worked for us. I think I may have to scroll to the very bottom. Unfortunately, too many. I tried to come to the chat to get what you have there, but unfortunately, the panelists they were firing on us, and this end it wouldn't make sense to stop them. It was flowing, and I wanted to see this. And apologies for all of you that I've scrolled past your comments. I will try to get your subsequent contributions. You know how we operate here, but unfortunately, when it's too many like that, I cannot get them all. I had a system developed on how we can deal with it when there's too many comments in the chat. I can't find it, but I believe I'll find it soon. So apologies. I will get your subsequent contributions. And the Prince is here. The Prince, it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. And here are some fireworks for you. I hope you enjoyed that. Today you become a year wiser. That's how I like to put it. So congratulations to you. And thank you for letting us know that it is your birthday. We do appreciate that. So the Prince, once more, happy birthday to you. And please join us. If you're in the chat, please take a second to say happy birthday to the Prince. And meet your boy, Chelsea, meet your boy. I appreciate you becoming a member of the channel. Thank you so much. That will go a long way. Thank you. I cannot thank you enough. And we have Gabriel A saying that we want to sign Caicedo to progress and win. Brighton wants Colwill to sell him for 100 million in a season or two. At least that's what you believe, given that we know them as a selling club. That might have changed, or that may well change because they will, you can say, taste European football and see how good it is and how much money they can make from participating. And you can say then realize they need their best players to stay for them to do well. Go find those competitions and in the European competition and make more money. But that is just my opinion. And you're saying the birthday wishes yourself. Brighton are also keen on Gallagher and could be open to part exchange deal that would see their 100 million rated midfield star Moises Caicedo move in the opposite direction. Okay, you're here on the panel. I'll just let you speak about that. Sorry, you've waited for a while now. I think at one point you went out and came back in. But AD, big up to you. I hope you're doing well. I know it's afternoon where you are. So good afternoon to you. Your thoughts, where do you want to come in? I know you've heard us talk about quite a lot of stuff.
Big up, coach. Big up to everyone in the panel. Yeah.
Hello, Eddie.
The Colwill situation, I think, to be honest, we look at it from two sides. One, Colwill himself is not helping us, to be honest. He's not helping us because we look at it, Brighton they are in a stronger position than Chelsea because they have their player is on 5 years deal, I think, and he's only on a 2 years deal with us. So for him, if he's not coming out truly to let Brighton know that if he wants to fight for his place with Chelsea.
Sorry, I just need to pop out and pop back. Just give me 2 5
Go ahead, Eddie. Eddie, if you can, I don't know why we're getting feedback because sometimes when you're speaking, the fellow panelists may want to interject, and we get the feedback when we talk once your mic is not muted. But go ahead.
Okay. He needs to come out to say he wants to be with Chelsea. I mean, we heard he had conversation with Poch. And Poch has clearly stated that he won't stop any player who doesn't want to be with him. He will not stop them from leaving. So we don't know what the conversations were all about and what they discussed. So if Pochettino still thinks he's going to be there, then we might see more of him. But he needs to at least show respect to Chelsea fans. We are the parent club. We own him. Even though he likes Brighton for whatever reason, if he's low-balling himself, if he's bringing himself that low to say his standard is just Brighton's standard, then that shows his level, his mentality. Because if you really, like Madsen came out to say, yes, he feels he can fight for his place, spot here and all. That is how to at least up your level. But if he's not coming out to say, I want to be with Chelsea and I want to fight to see how it goes, then all those kind of words should be coming out. Whatever discussion he's having, it does not still disturb him from negotiating a new contract or for them to sell him. But he still needs out to show respect to the fans and let us know if he's staying for definite, and then that puts Brighton away a little bit and know, this player actually wants to stay with them. But just as someone has already said, if he's not encouraging Brighton, they won't keep pushing. If they know clearly that this player is not coming to us, he says he wants to fight for his place, and all indications, all signs are there that Chelsea have made all possible. They've cleared way for him to be there, like selling Koulibaly, and you can clearly see that the defense is depleted now, with Fofana being injured. I mean, if he's really, really that level that he thinks he wants to be, he needs to come out and say, yes, I think I want to be here and fight for my place, and then give Chelsea that power to be able to negotiate. But if he's not saying anything, I mean, I don't think that's right, But to say again, I think Brighton has agreed to sign this Florentina defender, Igor Julio or something like that. So maybe that puts that to bed, that maybe internally they know that Colwill is not going to be part of the deal, and Chelsea have made us firm that is not part of the discussion. They are not ready to let him go. But it's one thing to say you're not letting the player go. It's another thing for that player to actually come out and back those talks that, yes, truly I am staying. And then if fans are reading meaning to him still having Brighton thing on his on his whatever it is, on his Twitter page or wherever his social media and thing is, I mean, he needs to quickly change that and let us show that respect that we. I mean, at the end of the day, if he ends up playing for Chelsea, he's going to be playing in front of Chelsea fans, not Brighton. And Chelsea have every right to say, we are not letting you go. You have 2 years, you have to stay. So, I mean, the respect should be mutual. He needs to respect Chelsea, at least give us that strength to be able to bargain as well. Even if he ends up leaving, let them give us that strength to be able to negotiate with Brighton and say, okay, this player wants to stay, rather than trying to play this kind of quiet game that is playing quiet, not talking out, not speaking out, and we don't know what is happening behind the scenes. So that's just my take, I think. But for me, if I want to guess, I would say he's definitely staying. But we don't know what is in his head. We don't know what his level is, because somebody said it already. If his level is that for Brighton, if he's putting himself that level, maybe he's carried away because Brighton will be playing in the Europa League. He wants to play it quickly. But by all standards, taking away what happened last season, Chelsea are a far bigger club than Brighton, and he knows that. So that's just my take about that.
Okay, here's the thing. Let me try and mute AD because of the feedback from his. Yeah, unfortunately, I think I'd have to agree with AD. He has to say something. If it doesn't, then the situation we as fans have every right to interpret it the way we deem fit or the way it suits our because everything you can start from the transcript of his interview to him not changing, you can say, the status, or you can say amending his Twitter profile to align with the fact that he's still a Chelsea player and not a Brighton player. Those things, it's telling, really, in my opinion. I get it. Some people say look beyond that. It's nothing. But it's something. If he hasn't put out a tweet for like 1,000 years, then you could say, yeah, maybe he hasn't the time to look at it and change it. But at the same time, you can say it's believable that he hasn't changed it, because that's his way of indirectly telling the club, look, I really want to go back to Brighton. And like AD mentioned, he can come out open and say, I want to stay and fight for my place, and that will go a long way. And like Vivel or Jackson FC said, he says he can sign a new contract, and that puts the whole issue, will put the whole thing to bed. But it's hard to tell what's going on, and people are entitled to their respective opinions with regards to what they believe is going on, because there's no clarity. Like I mentioned, like you mentioned, Chelsea's approach with Brighton is disappointing. Coming this far and failing to sign Caicedo will be embarrassing. Why not use Gallagher as a bargaining chip? That is your opinion, but let's see what the club does. Let's see. I think Chelsea should sign who? Let's see. Brighton would not force a bid for a player with 3 years left. If his agent hasn't encouraged such bids, it wouldn't make sense. And if the player himself, you can say, hasn't encouraged such bid, because no matter how you say and whatever you say, I'd still argue I don't think Brighton would have come to us with a bid in the first place if he didn't tell them, okay, go try. If he walks out, I'll stay. Maybe I want to say, so go give it a shot. So we have every right to see it again from whatever perspective we decide to look at the situation, because there's no clarity what he wants to do.
I'm actually surprised, Coach, that he hasn't put in a formal request for a transfer.
Given what you've seen, is that how you're talking about Caicedo now, right?
Yes.
Maybe it's getting to that point. Because we've heard that his camp aren't happy, he isn't happy, and he really wants to join Chelsea. But go ahead if you want to elaborate on what you just said. But before you do that, please, people, we'll need just 9 more likes to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. Remember, we're shooting for 300 likes today. I think we can get there, but only if you keep dropping the likes on the stream. And apologies, there's just too many. Hopefully, Roger will be brief, and I'll get everything else we'll have in the chat. But I don't want him to forget why he wanted to. He had to interject. Go ahead, Roger.
No, I think if he is or his camp is getting frustrated, then they do have that in their back pocket. You know, this should expedite the process, one would think. And this would give more, shall we say, bargaining power to Chelsea.
Another thing is there are
And
situations
then they
where
will know if they keep him, they will be keeping an unhappy player.
Very much so.
yeah, but there's situations where handing in a transfer.
For 16 days.
Sorry.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
there are situations where handing in a transfer request like that would make your parent club to stop paying you your wages during the time and all of that too.
Oh,
No, I understand. Yeah, I understand.
So maybe does that suggest that maybe before he does that, we'll be the one to tell him, look, we're trying, but they're not listening to us. So maybe you need to do this. And if he says, how about my salary? We'll say, okay, we'll take care of that. Not a problem.
Yeah, it can give him like a signing bonus for whatever he missed out on.
Just to,
Exactly.
But then Brighton can still hold on to 100 million, and Chelsea can still not get to 100 million, and then he stays.
But they risk more than us. We can go get another player, then they'll end up keeping an unhappy player.
Yeah, but they've already done that already. Remember, their
I think
keeper,
they convinced him. They convinced him, which was why. You know what? Let's be honest. They tricked him.
Yeah, they
because
did.
They made it seem as if they are, because we heard that even before it happened. They promised him a pay rise if he stays.
Yeah, they've done this.
I don't think they've tricked him. I think they haven't kept their word.
Yeah, and they've done this thing.
Then they tricked him. If they just did it for the sake of it and not, you could say, keeping their words, then they tricked him. That's how I see it. But go ahead, Roger.
No, Martin, go ahead. Sir.
Yeah, I was going to say they've done this to Robert Sanchez, their first goalkeeper, who was the mainstay at the time, playing out from the back and all of that. They've shoved him to the side. They've done this to Trossard as well before his January move to Arsenal, and they were willing to shove him to the side. So Brighton, I'm not sure, are one of those teams that would shy away from doing that to one of their players. And
that's a good point, actually, because the Trossard thing was quite ugly.
He pushed him his way out. He pushed him again. He forced himself. He forced what's the term I'm looking for? He had to force a move.
Yeah,
right?
And
right, Roger?
Affirmative.
And it was still at a steep cost because he had just 6 months left on his contract, just 6, and they were not willing to play him still. So they will not shy away from doing that to any of their players. And I think there is that fear in the Caicedo camp that it might come down to that. And given he's already been replaced by maybe a Dahoud, or they might go out to sign someone else, they don't want to risk, getting into that space yet, unless they're certain Brighton would reduce the 100 million.
And I think that's why Man City walked away from them with Cucurella, because they know that, that they exceed what their expectations are, and they're not willing to deal with people like this. They're like, this is what I'm willing to pay, yes or no. Okay, bye-bye. And that's what you have to do with them. You just have to.
Yeah.
All right, let me see what we have here. Don't forget to drop a like on the stream, people. Just 3 more to get it to 100. And thanks to Mitchie Boy, Chelsea Mitchie Boy, once more for becoming a member. We appreciate that. If Colwill would not sign a new contract, Chelsea can exchange him with Caicedo next summer. And for now, Chelsea can sign another defensive midfielder more cheaper than Caicedo. And okay, let's see what the club does. That's all it comes down to. We all know, we all know that personal terms have since been agreed for a while now with agents before club beats. So I don't know why fans like Bobby act like this wasn't the case with this Colwill beats. I'm not sure where you're going with that one. Good day, everyone in the house. Good day to you too, Agile and Edikachi. I appreciate you joining. Let's see what else we have here. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Let's work together to achieve 20,000 subscribers before the historic Chelsea versus Liverpool kickoff on August the 13th of 2023. I hope we get to that soon, but I know we'll get to 15,000 subscribers soon. Why is it when small need players from Okay, they will come with a little money when Brighton needs money. Okay, when they need a player, they will come with little money. But when we need their player, they will place more. When they will place money that no one can afford. I'm guessing. Unlike West Ham, again, here's the thing. Let me just say this. I think I understand what you're trying to say there. Usually, when they sell, it's usually they sell their best players. Usually, when we sell players that are surplus to requirement, and they know that. So, getting a sizable fee from players we sell, it's usually very difficult. So, yeah, that's how I hope I understand the points you're trying to get across there with that comment. Contrary to our popular belief, all players are for sale. It's just that Brighton haven't submitted a head-turning bid. We are in danger of setting a precedent of paying over 100 million for relatively unknown player. And that's why I like what we're doing. We shouldn't, if they are in fact asking for 100 million, and we've been reluctant to pay that, then kudos to the club's hierarchy, really. That's how I see it. Like we've argued here before, we've been paying premium for players for 1,000 years now, and it has to stop one way or the other. And part of it is what we're doing right now. I would walk away at this stage. Let's say Colwill runs down his contract and leaves on a free. He is not going to choose Brighton over Liverpool. We know that. City or United, again, believe it or not, we are in control. So, but I think we know what we're doing. At least that's what I believe. But let's see what we do. If West Ham need Gallagher, they should pay. Maybe they will come back again with an improved offer. I don't know, but it looks like we want to keep him because we read everything from him wanting to leave to the club deciding to reject the bid because they had a conversation with Mauricio Pochettino, whom we've always heard that he wants to keep Gallagher. And if you know Pochettino, you know Gallagher is you could say his type of player due to the high octane approach to football that he prefers. And he'd have him become an even better player, a more polished player, if that's the language you prefer. Let's see. Nightbot isn't saying anything about you. It's a machine. Maybe you say that you use all caps or you use more than 3 emojis and then it deleted your message. A Nightbot is a machine, not a human being. Once more, I just want to say that quickly. To be honest, Caicedo don't cost more than 17 million, and Brighton know that, but they are overrated his cost because they want Chelsea to include Colwill in the deal, and I think I've argued that before. I think they will push it. They will end up selling him to us, but they will push it to see if we will bulge at one time and say, okay, let's talk. Since you want Levi Colwill. What if the player tender transfer request? I think we've talked about that. Let's see what else we have here. This says now even Roger is excited. Roger, relax. Time is also a tool of negotiation. Everything is being considered. I think, again, calm down, people. Stop the panic. Here's the thing. We're here to have the conversation.
I'm not sure I'm excited.
Yeah, if you listen, and Roger isn't excited, by the way. I think I agree. He's actually concerned, if anything. If you paid attention to the conversation, if you listen to everybody, if you're open-minded, you'd see they're coming, you can say, from a perspective that makes sense to a certain extent. Maybe you don't agree. Maybe you feel like it makes sense not to panic. But yeah, it's you love the club. If you do love the club, really, you'd be concerned to a certain measure. Maybe not to an extent you bring in a boss and be looking for other people to hop in. The panic boss actually hasn't arrived. I'm shocked at that. Rodriguez being a bit patient, way too patient to then again that I expect him to be. Colwill isn't going anywhere. I think I feel the same too, but anything can happen. We've heard that before. We don't want to sell a player.
You never know.
End up selling the player. Yeah, you never know. Caicedo is overpriced because of his new contract. And Wally Waldo, I appreciate you finding the time to join the show, bro. I hope you're doing well. JC is laughing at me, said I called him close-minded. I think I was general in my comment there. With my comment, I didn't just say specifically you. Even with various offers on the table, such as hosting a show and implementing advanced AI algorithm to provide you with the most relevant messages. I am still jobless and relying on my wife's salary. Wow. Why are you telling us too much here? Cherry C. I think you're really telling us too much, but I appreciate you, bro. Much love to you. Lucky or Mokaro, I'm going to try and get the comment from those of you that I haven't read your comment because there's quite a lot. As much as I like to interact with you, if I keep doing this without coming back to the panelists, that'd be the only thing we do for the day. If Chelsea start making inquiries on Tchouaméni, for instance, and all PR guys push it properly, Brighton will fear a loss as they may not have another opportunity to sell up to 70 million. And the fact there aren't too many clubs looking to sign him, I think I don't know what to make of that. But Roger, let me start with you. What do you make of the fact that there aren't too many clubs pushing to sign him? It's just us and us alone. So to me, I wouldn't be in a rush to pay them that much money either, if that's the case.
I think it's the fact that because he's agreed terms with us and has probably stated privately that I only want to go to Chelsea, I think that's a fair assumption. So other teams know that he's not really looking to move to other clubs, and at this current moment in time, by the way. So I believe that that's why they perceive. Also, the fact I think Brighton is beginning to gain, if they haven't already, quite a reputation that they want the sun and the moon for a person, and
to negotiate with.
Yeah, not just that, but I think maybe the valuation is not met. I think other teams value him not so much, and they believe, listen, they have proven, they being Brighton have proven that they have a commodity and they sell that person, for instance, Cucurella, above other teams' evaluations, and you know what, they're not willing to play that game. So I think that's part of the equation, perhaps. Also, I think they're getting a reputation that, you know, and unless they come down from their high horse of their evaluation for certain players, that guess what? I mean, it's not just Cucurella, but, you know, Trossard, you know, as was it Martin that mentioned Trossard? So, and then also the goalkeeper. So that they've garnered this reputation, and it's not a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, just quickly, Martin. Yeah. Which I wanted to ask you that too. What do you make of the fact that we're the only club pushing to sign him? Bayern were interested. We heard they pulled out. Arsenal pulled out. Then I think they tried to push a narrative that Liverpool, that they might join the race to sign him if Henderson leaves. That's not the case. So
Yeah.
what do you make of that? The fact that we're the only club pushing, and you could argue that's probably one of the reasons why we're taking our time. We're not in a rush.
Yeah, it's a matter of need. I think most clubs already have two center and defensive midfielders covered in that area, and they even have, you know, Deadwood on their bench and all of that. So clubs will need to actually sell out and, you know, make other sales before they can accommodate such a signing. And then there's the financial side of things. You know, no club wants to pay 80 million, you know, outright.
Or 100.
Yeah. And we're already willing to even go to 80. So if you look at the other teams, Liverpool have Fabinho, Debachetic, and Thiago, and they're looking at Lavia, and they're not even thinking he's too expensive for 50. Yes. 50 to us is just is nothing still.
So tea lady costs that much.
Yeah. So it's a financial need, and then, you know, in the team, whenever you hear Bayern, don't believe it. They just use Bayern to drive up the prices of clubs. Bayern have Goretzka, they have Kimmich, they are even selling Sabitzer for peanuts right now. So I don't think they need players in any position, maybe besides the striker.
And most teams don't have a budget for this.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a matter of need and budget, and that's where, you know, Chelsea is like the only team left out, and Caicedo is kind of the premium signing left. And I just want people to just calm down about the Tchouaméni links. That was an Arsenal, you know, makeup. He's not going anywhere. He's literally the only DM profile Madrid have at the moment.
Yeah.
And we know Modric and Kroos will probably be at their last stint and will be retiring. So one is the
So
future.
they will not be looking to sell anybody from
Yeah,
that midfield.
Madrid
Well,
is
here's the
very
deal,
good on
though.
FFP. They are
Sure,
very
sure.
good.
But here's the deal, though, with the fact that if they do acquire Mbappe, they're going to be financially strapped in that
No,
regard.
they wouldn't. That's another thing. Madrid has one of the best FFP, ratios.
Well, yeah,
They
they're
always
one of
have.
the only two teams to be traded on a public stock market. I get that.
Yeah, and I don't think it's anything financial for them. They make the highest amount of money commercially, and if it's about the sales, they make lots of sales as well. So
Sure,
I don't.
sure.
They can sign Mbappe and they will be good. So it's not. It's a narrative people are willing to consider, but I don't think it's realistic. And also, there's also the part of why would a player want to leave Real Madrid and come to us at the moment. It says a whole lot on their motivations and all of that. So I wouldn't be keen on it. I don't think the player would be keen on it. So we need to start looking at more realistic, options out there and begin to weigh up our options, because there is a real possibility that it's 100 or nothing. And if it comes down to nothing, who would be the alternatives?
Who will fold first, right? Can I just
And in the case, yeah, go
Can
ahead.
I just quickly say something really briefly? Speaking of Real Madrid, I watched the Real Madrid-Milan game, and Tomori's header, when's the last time you saw a Chelsea centre-back clinically make a header from a set piece and corner to score like that? It was beautifully taken.
Yeah.
This is something that we need to improve on. Sorry.
And
I think we will. I was just going to say, Arsenal, maybe they looked at Declan Rice and felt like he's the better of the two players and offers experience, leadership, and all of that. And then we haven't seen Caicedo. That was why they pulled out and focused on getting
and much
getting
more
Declan
mature.
Rice.
He's about 4 or 5 years older.
and better commercially.
Yeah, I think Brighton, they're making a mistake. I don't think anybody coming in and paying up to 70 million because
Coach, honestly, I've always believed that this deal would take place, but as I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't, if Chelsea does walk away.
Yeah, because we wouldn't let them, bend us over.
Well,
I think,
well, they have already.
Well, maybe for a second time, maybe.
But there's also the school of thought that they are in Europe right now and they've sold McAllister. And
can you say that again, please?
Eddie, I'm gonna meet you once he's done talking. I will unmute you.
Yeah, I was like, there's also the school of thought where their first team is losing, a whole lot of quality that got them into Europe. By that, I mean the McAllister and Levi and some of the combinations they may have formed and just the experience and the gameplay and the intensity. And then
I don't think they want to sell him.
Exactly. So there is that school of thought that they need him more than ever, even to one, play in Europe, and two, to also get back to Europe next year, because
that's what I said earlier. Yeah, exactly.
The drop off would be huge. I watched the game against Gilmore and them Daho. They're not even there. They physically, mentally, energetically, bombastically, they are not McAllister.
They're different without Caicedo. Look at them.
They will concede lots of goals without him there. So as much as we're looking at it, I think to them he could be worth that much. He really could be worth that much. If not, it could be looking really, really bad for them. But that's a school of thought that they can keep him, but then if they know he's going to definitely be unhappy, now that's where it changes. Because if he says he's not going to be happy and he'll probably not perform to the level, then I think that's where they'll really want to.
But time heals all wounds. I think they can turn his head back.
Yeah,
after a few months.
Yeah, and the fact that they did that after the January. So if they know they can't do that again, if he makes it clear that if I don't leave, I'll be different. This wouldn't be January.
Exactly.
I will be different. And I think once that happens,
hence the transfer request.
Yes, to make it official.
Yes.
But they need to also know that mentally he will not be there.
It's up to him, really. I think
up to him.
I think a lot of the dealing, the negotiations will bear down to him. If he imparts on them that, listen, it's thank you very much, for getting me into the Premier League, but I really want to move on, and
Yeah.
that's it. I'm willing to sit out. You can pay me on a weekly basis, however he wants to term it, unless he puts an official request. Guess
Yeah.
what? It's I think this is if he doesn't say anything and he doesn't impart that kind of importance on it, then
Yeah.
they're not liable to sell him. So he holds a lot of the cards in his
He
hands.
does, and it's exactly what we said earlier on, that it's all down to the player, because either side can budge on price or budge on this or that. But
Sure.
if they know mentally, he can make it clear. I don't mean just putting out a statement or whatever. Walk into the room, speak with Tony Bloom, and tell him, "Hey, you promised me this, and I will not be the same player if you keep me without getting the right valuation for me. I'm not 100. I am 80. If you want them to give you 80, tell them walk over to Chelsea and they give me 80. He needs to make that clear. If he doesn't, if he tries to play along and be the nice, sweet guy, this will drag on for ages."
All right, Eddie, if you're there, you can come in now. Sorry, I had to mute you because when your mic is on mute and somebody's talking, we get you say not so pleasant feedback from your end. But go ahead, Eddie, if you're there. Are you there? Okay, there you go.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. Sorry about that. I don't know why that keeps happening. I've been trying to log into something else, but it's not working anyway. So we just manage it the way it is anyway. Sorry about that. About loyalty, I think Caicedo, he's not, the boy just wants to go and play for a big club where he's going to improve his life. That's what I see about him. If we remember last season, we were actually talking to him and he showed every signs of, he's only Chelsea or no one else. By the time we dropped out of the negotiation, he was on. We wanted to move to Arsenal again in January. So I don't think the guy is bothered about wanting to go to Chelsea, and for us being the only one talking to him. I think other clubs are watching. They don't want to come into a bidding war. There are many teams I think would like to have Caicedo. So as soon as they see Chelsea drop from out of the deal, there's going to be a team that will come in for him. But he needs to push as well. And I think all signs are showing that he's not happy, because he's come out to tell us about his family status, about him being the last child of the family. He needs to improve his family's welfare and everything, and their lifestyle and all. So with that, everything, he has a lot of weight on his shoulder to carry, and he needs to solve financially. And for that reason, he's trying to make sure this move happens, because whatever we want to talk about is going to improve his lifestyle, and his wage is going to go up a lot. So, but for me, I think it's taken because I think sometime I read about the report about the agents or the representative not happy about how Brighton is handling it, because actually the agreement was that if they have any bid over 70 million, they were going to let him go. That's why he signed that agreement with them. Apparently, that's what we heard. So if they're reneging now, they're not trying to stand by that, then they're not being fair to him, and he's going to try to push for this move. And so, but for us to think, let's get relaxed, we are the only one talking to him, I don't believe so. If we just drop out of this deal, we see teams will come in and they'll get it, but they don't want to just create a bidding war to say, where they're going to bid 70 million, Chelsea's going to bid 80, and then create that kind of bidding war. No, I think there will be clubs that will be. So we need to try as much as possible to get this over the line and do it quickly. That's my take.
Another thing I just want to add. One is his age. He's 21. People need to remember this. He is 21, and he seems like the kind of lad that would be here for the long term. Two is that we started talking with him previously after the World Cup. So we're the first team to actually initiate contact with him. And I remember when he followed Chelsea first, then a couple of weeks after, he also followed Arsenal. And then Arsenal took over the bid after our 65 million bid was rejected, I think, or 55, thereabout. So there is that emphasis of this is one of the players that actually really, really desires to play for us. Yes, he can play for any big team, but when it comes to it, I think he really does. And we can see from his interview the other day how he spoke about it, how excited he was, and just seeing the body language of the player is someone that would walk in. And also from when Brighton played Arsenal at the Emirates, I saw the amount of antics and heat he got from the fans. I'm not sure he wanted to go back there, honestly. And even the way he played the game after injuring Martinelli, and they were booing him at times, and he ended up being the man of the match, and he was just so pompous about it. It felt like a proper Chelsea thing to do. So there is that side of things where the player is mentally and emotionally invested in this deal and invested in playing for the club. So as much as we can hop off to any Chouameni or this or that, we're not certain on what we are getting. But for Caicedo, it is some certainty. So there is a world where he's actually worth this 100 million. He's 21. He could sign for 7 years on low wages. We know that. And, he could still continue, and he could fill in at right back in multiple positions. He's one of them ones that are good on and off the ball. And he doesn't really have any, deficiencies. He's not that tall, but his leap and his, aerial success rates are really high. So there is so many positives from it. 100 million is actually, I think we'll get our money's worth if he doesn't get injured, but it's one of them ones that this situation have dragged on for too long, and
Can I ask a question? The $64 million question. Do you think Brighton will meet us halfway, like 80, 85?
No, I don't think
they
so.
will. I
don't
think they will.
so.
In my opinion, I think they will.
You think they'll stick at 100?
Yeah, I think they will. Yeah.
No, I think a normal team will, but I think they've gotten really bitter about the Levi situation, that they just want 100 or nothing, or they keep it for you.
That has some validity to it. I agree.
I think they've gotten bitter about it now.
We're not going to pay. I don't think we'd pay 90 actually. Maybe it will be. It will end up being 80 plus adders, and totally 90.
So you don't think Chelsea go above 80? Plus,
no, I don't think. You can do 85 plus more add-ons, then it totals 90, but I don't think we'll go beyond 90.
And from all their reports, they've not stated one single digit below the 100, not even 90-95.
But those are just rumors too.
Those are just
posturing. And it could all be posturing.
All right, let me give these guys some audience before they start rioting there. Honestly, I'd be mad. I'd be mad. I see if a club valued me. If a club valued me at 80 to 100 million when they bought me for near enough 5 to 10. I think it was 4 million pounds. That was what I read. Aja Onyedikachi thinks Chelsea should allow Colwill, that Colwill of a guy. That's how Nigerians speak. That Colwill of a guy. I will keep saying it. To allow him go, is that what you mean? I will keep saying it. He is going to cause a trouble in the dressing room in the future. Wow. Okay, let's see. The Zerbi took a leaf right out of the Daniel Levy playbook. You couldn't argue that too. Most arguments. Yeah, it's a good one. Honestly, I have to say. Most arguments here take a bearing attitude to negotiations. Winners take a bullish stance. Many don't know the difference. You could argue that too, but maybe you need to decipher the argument to learn, okay, what is sensible here. For me, Badiashile is more comfortable on the ball than Colwill. Okay? You're entitled to your opinion. If Colwill wants to play for Brighton, I think we should get rid of him. But there's no way to tell if that's the case. We're just being honest. As much as I have points, again, factors that when I look at them, I feel like, yeah, he wants to leave. But there's no way to confirm that's the case, really. It's just all our speculations. We're moving from that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 103 likes. You people are absolute legends. Let's get it to 200 and shoot for 300. And keeping quiet means keeping cards closer to the heart. You could argue that a poker stance to get the best out of the deal. Colwill is smart, but isn't going anywhere. Anyone up for a poker game here? Find out. Respond to him. So disappointed about the Caicedo situation. I would say, from his perspective, really, that they promised him if they get a sizable offer, they'd let him go. And the report actually that I've read was specific, saying if they get something close to what something you could say same as what Arsenal, the beat from Arsenal that they rejected, or more than that they let him go.
Coach, sizable to me, when you buy someone for 4 million and let's say a team is willing to pay 80, that's 2,000% increase. in the ROI.
That's a lot.
That is not
That's a lot.
sizable. I think that's beyond sizable. So if they've actually told him they're willing to sell
maybe
for a sizable
seismic.
amount, yeah, indeed, and therefore it's like, you know what? This shows that they're reneging on their word.
Mm-hmm. And Mitchell Boy says, I think we're going to walk away from Caicedo today. I think we'll get him. I don't know. I'm not going to promise anything again. I only promise one that looks like I'm going to end up doing a $50 giveaway, Angelo. So there's no telling what's going to happen. Constantine Dante said, I actually hope we do not, Michi. Like I said, purchase 2 players for same amount. Caicedo is not a 100 million player. Prove me wrong. Again, like I said, I don't think we'll pay him that much money. If I've read any of your comments, I'll skip some of your comments there to get to other people's comments so that it's balanced. I am willing to wait until preseason is over before selling Gallagher. Pochettino seems to still want to keep him, given the reports we read this morning. Again, to access him. Yeah. Sorry?
So are you saying that Poch wants to keep Gallagher?
That's what, yeah. I think we read a report yesterday that said something to the effect of, Pochettino wants to keep him, but he can understand the club's decision. But it's from everything else we've seen today, everything else we've read today makes the report of that report yesterday look like nonsense, because today they're saying that we rejected West Ham offer, and that's because. That was because we held a meeting. The hierarchy held a meeting, and they consulted. They did speak with Pochettino, and now they want you could say they rejected the bid after speaking with Pochettino. Let me just simplify it that way. And now they want 50 million, maybe because they believe West Ham will not be willing to go up that high, or maybe they decided, okay, if we're going to sell him, let's get something sizable from his sale. That's how I see it. But go ahead,
my thing is, surely when you sit down with your co-sporting directors, and obviously with Vivell at the time, as a technical director, surely you identify which players you want to sell and which players you want to keep. And in thus doing so, one would assume that the coach and the coaching staff alike would have some input into that. If not, then... wow, I'm surprised, because most managers / coaches have valuable input as to which players they want. They'll be on the same page, the technical director and
I think that's the case, yeah. But go ahead.
Well, if that's the case, then and if Poch says, you know what, I want to keep him, then why is he for sale in the first place?
Then if he says, let's ask this question: does he really want to keep him? Or maybe he feels like he can do better than Gallagher. You don't know.
Or is that just PR, him saying
exactly? So we don't know. We just wait and see what happens. But
go ahead. From what you just said, though, that intimates to me that his input isn't regarded as such.
If we're to believe that.
Yeah, exactly. So how credible is the source? As usual, that's what we need to ask ourselves each and every time we hear something.
But ultimately, like, it's all about like profiles and replacements still. Yes. I've said this. We can have Gallagher, Kane, and Casadei all fighting for the same backup, the same, competitive role as a 10. It's different. And also on the market, can you get someone of the same quality or better for that amount? And this is exactly why Chelsea have said 40 wouldn't do it. But for 50, we might be able to go to the market for that. So it's a 50-50 situation where they value the player, but they value the player up until a certain amount where the coach feels like he can let the player go for an alternative.
Yeah, let's see. But the Caicedo thing isn't good. It must be done. But let's see how it pans out. I think we'll get. I'll keep saying it. I think we'll get that deal over the line. Coach called me close-minded. I've talked about that. Colwill clearly wants to leave, but what I don't understand why he wants a Brighton who could legitimately get relegated next season. Coach isn't there.
No, they're not getting relegated.
Isn't their interest in De Zerbi from another clubs too, though. I'm sure the part out is a bit confusing to me, but I think I get your point. Here's the thing. they're not getting relegated. I think I agree with that too. But there's a possibility. The possibility is there. Even Chelsea could get relegated. The possibility is there. But I get it, but I don't think they will get relegated. At least not from what we're seeing right now. I have the personal thought that Colwill simply doesn't believe in the project, and that the game time excuse is a front. Brighton may know this. Real Madrid are probably watching what we are doing and will ask for 100 million for Tchouaméni. Oh yeah, if you've gone in with 17 million and he was rejected, and you come for Tchouaméni, they tell you Tchouaméni is an even better player, so you have to pay more. We have already screwed this one up, coach. Let's walk away, shall we? I don't think we're walking away. I think we've been there. We stayed this long for a reason, and that's because the signs we're seeing, or you could say, what's the term I'm looking for? The signals we're getting are all positive. That's how I see it. Liverpool are waiting for our negotiations to take some turn. But let's see what they do. Even if Liverpool were interested, they would never pay 100 million for Moises Caicedo. That I agree with. And nice to see you, Chelsea, all the way. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining. No other club is paying 100 million for Caicedo. They don't rate him that highly, not even close. That's another argument. It's everywhere. Liverpool had their chance with Bellingham, and they never even made a bid for him because Dortmund wanted way too much. You can say they don't pay too much for players. This is Liverpool. Real Madrid do have FFP issues. They were literally sent a warning letter to clarify incomes a few weeks ago. But maybe after that, they're good. I don't know. I didn't follow that story. Kachila, recently, the big clubs are not running into bidding wars. The last one I recollect was for Mudryk. It benefits the seller. I cannot recollect any other deal we pulled from, or again, except for the Ugarte one. Yep. Let's see. After fighting relegation last season, I cannot see the ambition to get back to top four. This club has a fast becoming a joke. Wow, I'd be shocked that I'd see anything positive from you, really. But you're entitled to your opinion. As you've explained, you just want your club to do well. And believe me, I can understand that. Spend weeks in, weeks to walk away. What a disgrace. And have they walked away, really? So if you're going to talk about that, do talk about it in a way so that it's clear that we haven't walked away from the deal. Bongo drums are back. Let's see what else we have here. I think I'm going to scroll past quite a lot of what we have there. Kunle, I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you joining the show. Unfortunately, I can't get everything in the chart. And Prene, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. And Mbappe was available free last summer. Was he really? Madrid agreed to pay him 130 million sign-on bonus and 26 million net per season in salary, and give him 100% of his image rights. They can afford him, Mbappe. Did they really promise them all those things? But that's, by the way, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, people, and then I'll try to get your subsequent contributions in the chat. I'd offer 80 million and then say we're not budging from 80. You may well be lucky enough to get it for that. Actually, walking away should be an option put on the table. I don't mean walk away. I mean to show that walking away is also a realistic option. Yeah, showing it maybe will get them to listen to our offers. I don't think the amount is the problem. To be honest, I think it's about the payment structure. It doesn't sound like it's a payment structure, really. I don't think they've actually agreed on the fee, let alone the payment structure being the issue. But whatever it is, I just believe, I just have a feeling that we'll get that deal over the line. Okay, how can a club that just fought relegation last season take a stand that they have to sign Caicedo first before going? That's just what you're told, and you have the right to believe or not believe that. But I don't believe that. That Chelsea are focused only on signing one particular player before they move on to other targets. I don't think so. But I'm moving from that one. I keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes that do go a long way. Good morning to you too. I hope you're doing well. Caicedo's agent messed up. He should have negotiated to insert, you can say, an exit strategy,
Yes.
or clause. So I blame him. That's how I see it, honestly. I have to say,
Exactly.
I have to speak my mind. 80 million tops or walk away. We're not even sure that we're willing to pay up to that. I think we're just speculating, thinking we want to do that. I'll do that. I'll do the other thing. Nathaniel was say we should give them a Levi for 65 million and pay the 100 million for Caicedo. Okay. Let's see. We need to set out how we negotiate. I think they've done well so far. I'm not really concerned with regards to the negotiation approach or anything. I agree, 18 million is maximum for Caicedo. More than that, we should turn our heads. I don't think we'll pay them 100 million. I will keep saying that. The statement from Poch added another 5 million to price confusion on Gallagher. If there's any truth in speculations, I agree with you. Let's see. Good morning to you too, Deborah Makunju. Yesterday, I listened curiously unheard, and you heard a lot of edgyism regarding Angelo, and I smiled. Well, it's not us. We had to discuss the rumors that the club plans to send him out on loan, if that makes sense. Get ready, folks, for another round of snake rants in the near future, because PSG and Neymar will 100% tap Angelo, the Brazilian nation, FIFA and UEFA in tandem will certainly support it. Let's see what happens there. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 107 likes. We should be doing better than that. This says to date, no foreign bought a top prospect in Chelsea in the last 2 decades has gone out on loan post a signing and returned back. Yeah, I think I agree with you. Return back loving the club the way they loved the club before they joined. They all angled to leave, i.e. De Bruyne, Salah, Lukaku, and
They didn't go
to name a few, really. If we're being honest, I think that statement is delicious, really. Or even Madrid learned the hard way with Samuel Eto'o. You don't loan out a highly rated foreign talent. I have to agree with that. I'm concerned that if we loan him out, other clubs will tap him up, knowing how good he is. Guys, remember, we sell our midfield. We have to get some incoming before we can sell Gallagher. Clubs will know we are desperate and start hiking the price of their players. Yep, I agree with you there. Again, anyway, any news on the Kudus transfer? Rumors are that we're close to agreeing personal terms with him. Any news on Kudus? We just talked about that. Tromeni was available and wanted Chelsea for cheap. Kamavinga was available for cheap. All some want what was 150 million rise at the time by giving flimsy excuses about EPL proven here, and here we are. Okay, let's see. People overthink things. Yeah, you could argue that. Jacob Huggins. Let's see what else we have here. Inter Milan could still make a shock U-turn regarding Chelsea striker Romelu Lukaku this summer, but they have to pay up. It's as simple as that. Let's see what other item we have lined up here. Let's see. After that, we have this one here. It says Moises Caicedo really wants to move. So let's see how he will act in the next few days. But I can guarantee the negotiations are ongoing and that it's not over. I know Chelsea fans are getting impatient, but he wants to join Chelsea as his priority, and they are working on it. So, yeah, and that's quoting Fabrizio Romano and via cut-off site. Chelsea are currently blocking. Okay, let's just talk about this. We've talked about Moises Caicedo. I think again, it's not over yet, and rest assured that we're still working to sign the player. But this says Chelsea are currently blocking Premier League offers for Callum Hudson-Odoi, who they would prefer to sell abroad. Fulham and Nottingham Forest are interested. Anybody want to comment on that one there?
No, I heard the original bid was for £4 million, and it's gone up to 8. I mean, why don't you ask for 4 million and a couple of Snickers bars? And I mean, that's a joke. And like, are you kidding me? When your average player is like 40, 50 million, I mean, seriously, it's just give him away for free. Then you might as well. It's farcical. We were offered 70 to 80 million by Bayern Munich a few years ago. Yes, of course, that was the exception. But to say he's worth 4 to 8 million, Listen, I'm not
Age.
an expert. I don't have European coaching badges or whatever, but I believe he's worth more than that by today's market standards. I just think, well, I believe this is what Chelsea has identified. They're looking for whatever reasons, they've identified what's transpired the last year. They want to make a massive overhaul, which they have achieved for the most part. And they are basically have identified a lot of our homegrown players, ergo, what do you call it, common players, and basically selling for pure profit, and that's what's transpiring. And even the ones that aren't, when you look at a Pulisic, what was it, 18 million pounds or whatever? I mean, that's pennies on the pounds.
Yeah, but he's injury prone.
No, of course he is. And little time in his contract, I get that. But I'm just saying, if you look at the actual entire process of what they've done, this one can assume that this is their strategy. They're cleaning house, regardless of price. And they've identified, especially the homegrown players, that they are indeed full, unequivocal profit. They didn't pay much for them, or anything for them when you look at these current players that they are selling. So therefore, it's pure net profit, and that's what they want. So I think that's what I've identified. And I think because of that, you're seeing rumours of Chalobah. Now, it may actually be true. We may indeed sell Chalobah. Do I believe that to be the case? No, because of where we are currently. Perhaps 4 to 8 weeks ago, when we had a full, shall we say, a complement of centre-backs, maybe so, but not now. But and then Gallagher, it's that you can get 40, 50 million. You've done well. The only exception to the rule, I would say, would be Kai Havertz that we got for I consider a substantial amount. Even Mount was reasonable amount too. So I think this is what's going on, because then they can cover spending 80 to 100 million for a Caicedo, for instance. This lessens the impact of our purchasing. It's all about the balance sheet, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And with regards to how much they're offering for Callum Hudson-Odoi, I understand he has just he has less than a year left on his contract, but not 4 million. Not 4 million, really. That's insulting. Yeah, but I'm saying you can even 10 is insulting to in my opinion. Yeah.
That's why you got to include the Snickers bars. Seriously.
Yeah. And he's still young.
A couple of cans of Coke.
He's still young, and the talent is still there. I think he should still pick up again.
He's old. He's 21, 22. He's a codger.
He's not doing things badly. I think people mistake being average for being bad. He's been average, which means he's still having his normal short passes, which are still good. He's still moving. He's still running. He's still doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but it's just below the required level to
that tells me that they want to clean house.
Period.
Yeah. I mean, seriously,
but they're not accepting that. But they're not accepting that. That's what Fulham are offering, and they are not accepting it. And that's why they want Lazio to come in, because they feel like
Lazio are interested, we've heard. But here's where we have a problem. If he feels like he wants to stay in London, then we have a problem.
Yeah, then that's why we need Fulham to pay more money than that. We don't.
So how much do you think he will go? By the way,
I think at least 15.
Yeah, 12,
how much 12
million, so to speak. 12 to 15 million.
What's his contract left?
I think it's 1 year.
Less than a year.
Oh, less than a year. It's already
year. You mean?
Yeah. So that's a huge problem, really.
It is, but
and I don't understand why so many of our players have a year left this season. This has been a very poor, from both administrations, not being able to renegotiate contracts. It's been incredible how many players we have 1 year.
Yeah, I think it was based on a whole lot of things that have been happening.
No. There's many factors that come into that. I get that, but you can do 1 or 2 or 3. You know how many players we've sold with 1 year left? I'm sorry.
That's the thing. It would have been renewed last summer, but we had a new team last summer.
Yeah.
So all those deals couldn't.
But they should have identified. You couldn't have done all of them, but they could have done some. And
they did the important ones. They did the important ones. The James, the Thiago Silvas, the Chilwell.
Sure.
The others were in the balance, so they don't want to offer someone more salary when they know the person might be on the selling books. So it was a
But
tricky one.
conversely speaking, when you do give them more salary, however, you can sell them for more with an extended amount of years on their contract.
Yeah, but then they'll need to, want to sign for more salary to the new selling club, which might not be viable still. So it was a tricky one, and it's understandable. And people need to realize that the sales all happen for different reasons, different
Yes,
players.
because they implemented a new pay
And we could have
structure. I
actually
get it.
sold him on a permanent deal, but we convinced him to not leave on a permanent.
Exactly, and it was quite similar with
Yeah.
Billy Gilmore and the rest of the other players, and just to see how how things will shape up in a year's time. But ultimately, the deals are happening for different reasons. And for Callum, I think the club, wants something around the 50 million range, but they can always negotiate
Did
for
you say
less.
1.5? Yeah,
Yes, I think it might come down to 10 or 12.
that's
Depends.
still pennies on the pound.
It is fairness, but we know his wages are already high on Chelsea's books.
What is
That's
it?
another
120? Was it 120?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's huge.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so that's already
that's huge.
huge on our
It's not like
books.
it's not like he's firing on all cylinders, and we say, okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
No,
and
no,
again,
I
You can say
agree.
it's not-
I
yeah.
concede that. He's not in form and hasn't been for a very long
for a
time.
while.
So I
Yeah,
concede that. But
and the sales will also be dependent on the other team taking up some of that wages and buying out the last year of the contract.
no, I get
People,
that. But still, based on today's market, even
yeah,
10 million is pennies.
it is pennies if you want to keep the player. It is
Yeah.
pennies, but if you don't want to keep the player and you don't want his salaries on your books, then we might as well just pay him all that money and then
No, I
lose
get
him
it.
for
It's
free.
a sacrifice you
Yes,
have
No, I
to
get
it
it.
make.
is. It
Yeah.
is. It is. It's a balancing out effect where it's
Yeah. Let me catch up, please, so it doesn't grow too long. The biggest loanee to make a drama, and where the two mammoth Belgians, Thibaut Courtois and Lukaku. I couldn't agree more with that. I love you love my Belgian bro, Glenn. I love Glenn too. Much love to him. And this says this is Eddie for Blue says Eddie Eddie for Blue says this is the view in today's print edition of a Turin-based newspaper to the sports via FC Internews, who argue that it would be foolish to entirely rule out the Nazuri reconciling with the Belgium, but they'd have to pay up. It's as simple as that. Otherwise, they're not going to get him. And Natalia Loposier says that Levi is not a very good centre back. Wow, okay, he is good as a left back. We can sell him and get a real centre back. Okay, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go a long way. Thank you for 110 likes. I appreciate you all. Glenn 10. I appreciate you, brother. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for finding the time to join the show. Big up, Coach Panel and Ty. Big up to you too, brother. Yep, everybody's saying big up to the popular guy in the house, Glenn. Let's see what else we have here. Glenn says, okay, responding to Constantine there, they're having a conversation. Anything new? That's why I need a studio engineer so I don't just highlight everything. 4 to 8 million is a complete joke. I agree with you. I think he's worth more, even though he has he has less than a year left on his contract. I honestly think if Callum stayed at Chelsea, he would do pretty well in this kind of you can say front line or under Mauricio Pochettino. But unfortunately, there are other reasons why we don't know. Maybe they've decided again he's better off leaving Chelsea. Charles value.
I think honestly, if his salary was a lot lower, I think honestly
He would have stayed.
Yeah, I think it's salary-based issue here.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Chose is valued at sneakers plus 35 million add-ons. God knows it wasn't me; it was Roger. So I don't think that will stop me from getting into heaven. The sanctions and the change of ownership. Yeah, it was. It didn't help matters.
No, I agree.
Just 1 second, Roger. I have just 4 more items there. Arsenal finished in second and got almost all the players they want. Chelsea relegation zone, and we are all over the place. Poch should have been given all he wants to prepare for the season. And yeah, and actually, you can say we're in trouble next season, especially now that the transfer window was shut tomorrow, right? Closes tomorrow. If you understand my point there, relax, bro. We will be all right. I want to hear less about that. Less about what the club wants to do with some players, and more about what Poch wants to do with players. Let him cook. I think he will cook. I think all those things we're hearing, you can argue, are all rumors. There's no way to tell what's really going on. But I think they will get him the players he wants. And we've heard that he really wants Moises Caicedo, and that's one of the main reasons why we're pushing. I've heard rumors saying he was actually that you could say suggested we sign Nicholas Jackson. No, I think they're working in harmony. That's how I see it. But I get your concern there. I hope that's not the case. Let's see, what else do we have here? Good afternoon to you too, Nomad Dixon. Good afternoon, Coach, and everyone in the house. In my opinion, I think it will be wise not to sell Chalobah because he can also play, fulfill the DM role. RD CD, since we are finding it difficult to buy DMs. I mean, he's a utility player. He can play in multiple positions, but I don't think we're selling him. I don't believe that report one bit. But that's just my opinion. Roger, you want to say something, and I think I stopped you from speaking.
No, it's fine. Carry on, sir. I'm fine.
Okay, let's see. What else do we have lined up here? I think Eddie did share 3 other items with me. This one here says Mauricio Pochettino is determined to upgrade his midfield with Moises Caicedo, but that move has stalled over Brighton's demand for Levi Colwill to be included in the deal. So this needs to be talked about. I don't know whether I should trust Jacob Steinberg or not. But Roger, do you have anything to say to that report there?
It's stalled, huh? Well, I think we can safely assume that.
And after this, just quickly, Mauricio what's his name? Fabrizio Romano reports that the talks are ongoing, actually. So there's a chance this is absolute nonsense, but go ahead.
Yeah, who knows, Coach? It's pure speculation. Listen, I hope that the sporting directors and the coaching staff, because not just Poch, but also the positional coaches all collaborate together and identify who they want. This has to be a holistic approach. It has to be uniform decision. It has to be 100%, in my opinion. And they have to have primary and secondary and subsequent choices for each position and act accordingly. And I think this is what they have to do, that they have to be very neutral. They have to be very professional in their approach, where nothing is taken personally. And it's interesting to see how this affects the current youth that we have in our squad right now. Are these all surplus to requirements, like a Santos, for instance? No, I'm just saying, though, it's like, what does this do for their development? Do they go out on loan? It's like, of course, you can honestly say, virtually without exception, we could upgrade every position. I think that's a fair assessment. I mean, every player, every position, you can say we can upgrade, but to what extent? So midfield is the biggest concern, obviously. I'm reluctant to say that we need a number 9 based on what I'm seeing, perhaps naively, from Jackson. He looks like the real deal, but it's so early. You know, he could turn out to be an amazing player for us. He could turn out to be just a flash in the pan. One doesn't know. But based on what we've seen thus far, I'm ecstatic. Because of his link-up play and because of his composure, his physical, everything, you know. Midfield is a huge concern. But then again, you have people like a Santos, you know, that to me, and yeah, we're lucky that Enzo seems to be quite durable and that we don't have Europe, and he can play virtually once a week, every game basically. Enzo can for 38 games. Maybe he plays 35. Do you understand? Because, you know, like Christmas time, you're going to have an amazing amount of games in a short period of time. So maybe we rest him for a couple of games. But then who is going to be, assuming we always play in a 4-2-3-1 for the vast majority, who is going to be his complementary player and in that position? So then depth also. So they need to identify and go accordingly. So what does this mean for our very youthful players? And there are some. There's some amazingly youthful players, especially in midfield, you know. What does this mean for Caicedo, for Lewis, Santos, you know, Carney? I know Carney's been playing slightly more forward, but do you see what I'm saying? Where does this put them? I use this in, you know, and then buying additional players like, you know, Kudus or Cherki, you know, etc. What does this do for our forwards? You know, like what does this do for Mudryk, etc. You know, I don't know. Obviously, Cho is not part of the plans, you know. But what does it do for Madueke also? Is he a surplus to requirement? Is he just a person that can grow and come off the bench, or is he a fully fledged starter? I don't know.
Yeah, Martin, just quickly, before you do that, if you're watching, please keep dropping the likes on the stream. We're at 111 likes, and I appreciate you all. And if you're watching on Twitter, please do take a second to follow us on Twitter. We're also on TikTok, on Instagram too. Please, we'd appreciate it if you can take time a second to follow us on all those platforms, especially if you're watching us on Twitter there. Please do give us a follow, so whenever we go live, you'd know, because we stream on Twitter too. So Martin, your thoughts on this particular report? Do you want to see it, or have you read it?
Yeah, but I think this is where the alternatives come into play. And from looking at what, you know, the way the club has done and what they've done previously, we've gone for Ugarte, who had a release clause of, I think, 55 million at the time. And
Wow.
I think he was, you know, the other option that we were using. We're thinking to play alongside, you know, Enzo and Caicedo. So now that you know, fell through, the question is, who is the next alternative to Ugarte? Because as much as we might be really convinced on having Caicedo in, we also need a player that is good enough to start games should one of Enzo or Caicedo be injured,
or both. You don't
or
know.
both, yeah, for a long period of time. And this is where I'm disappointed with the club, because we should be going for the second target regardless of the Caicedo deal,
I agree.
just like we did with Ugarte. So if Ugarte was already here, we'd still be going after Caicedo.
Did you think we are, but it's under the radar?
I don't think we are. I don't think anyone has convinced us enough for us to do that. Because if you look at the options, you're going through the Amrabats and the others. They don't fit the age profile, or the star,
or the profile period.
Or the yeah, exactly. And you're looking at, and even a player like Lavia, maybe, but is he 50 yet? He's 19. That seems a bit too low on the risk scale, on which could be quite similar to Santos. You want someone that's 22, 23, you know, 2 seasons under his belt in the Premier League or elsewhere, and you know, we're just coming.
Do you think it's because they haven't identified these players, or do you think that they're putting all their? You really think that's the case? Really?
I don't think they haven't.
I think they're not convinced on the options they have.
Maybe that's a better language
because we are
that's shocking. No,
we are always going to get 2 players. People forget this. At the start of the window, we're always going to get 2, because we let go of Kante, Kovacic, Jorginho, Loftus-Cheek, and Zakaria, and then Kante. Okay, I've mentioned Kante, which was like 5 center midfielders that could play deeper. So we're always going to get 2 to fill in. On top of that, we could keep Santos and maybe Caicedo. But now we know we can be flexible with Caicedo in playing in other areas of the pitch. But even, you know, so we're always going to get 2. So Caicedo would be the main starter. And then for competition would have been Ugarte. So now, keeping Caicedo aside, we should still be focusing on the Ugarte replacement. And I think they may have their names, but I don't think they're convinced enough. I don't think anyone stood out enough to say, hey, come and get me, pay the 50 million, and get this deal done. I don't think they're convinced that, on anyone
Well,
yet.
I'm still with you, Martin. This one here, quickly. Ask the question: can someone or on the panel explain why we must assign Caicedo before going to other targets? Because that seems to be the case. It seems, but that's not certainly the case. That's
Yeah,
how I feel. We haven't assigned anyone for weeks and weeks, and believe me, you have to just trust the club's hierarchy, given the way how well they've done so far. Because who would have known that by now we can say we've sold nearly all the players, all they can say the ones that we believed would be difficult to sell. But that's just me. But Martin,
yeah.
you go ahead. You have the floor. Address that one. He asks the panelists, and I'm sure Roger will have some 1 or 2 cents to add to that one too.
I think people need to understand as well that deals are different and deals happen or not happen for different reasons as well. I think the club has had several talks with other agents and other players and with other clubs, and either the clubs have put a high price on their players, or they're still negotiating on maybe payment terms or amortization and things like that. So we've had deals, we've spoken with agents of the Diogo Costa, and they said it's 65 to 70 million. And I think the club has looked at that and said, nope, would rather, we are not convinced of that much, of your evaluation of him. And I think we've looked at other players as well. Cherki came out really early. Leon, I don't know what they quoted. It was 35 at the time, but later, the negotiations took up, a bit longer than usual. That should also indicate that maybe they're pricing him out. Maybe they're asking for 50. The coach came out and said they wanted him to stay, and you'd get the impression that that could be the case. So we've also gone for, Kudus. Kudus, Arsenal and Brighton have been negotiating for him for a while as well, which means they're also pricing him
And
out.
just quickly, can you hold on Kudus quickly? It says Chelsea target Mohammed Kudus is absent from training for medical reasons. He stayed indoors and received a treatment for. Usually, sometimes clubs do lie in those cases. They just want to say it's because he's leaving. So let me see anything else. I think I've seen something. Chelsea are close to agreeing terms with Ajax attacking midfielder Mohammed Kudus. I think the same thing has been said 3 days ago. But go ahead.
He broke a fingernail, coach.
Yeah.
Exactly. He's sick. a pubic bone or something. So deals are not happening for different reasons. It's not all because of the same reasons. We didn't go for Lautaro because we felt Inter valued their striker different from what we were valuing Lukaku. So that deal was cancelled. We didn't go for Vlahovic.
And in that situation, I believe we probably felt disrespected. Look how much they value the player, and look how much they want to pay for our own player. But go ahead.
People should remember there was a meeting in London where the Inter CEOs or directors flew over, and they discussed several deals, including the Onana deal. But I think on personal terms, he might have spoken with Ten Hag and wanted to go to United. So there are different reasons why deals are not happening. They are not all for the same reason. But the disappointing thing is, after the Ugarte deal fell through, we didn't go for another deep line or deep playing midfielder, the second option. And I think that's the one point I'm quite disappointed at. And maybe we are not convinced yet, or maybe we feel like we need to seal the Caicedo deal first before going for alternatives or others to compete for that position. But that's a different thing. And for some in the comments saying we have Santos, we are good. If Enzo is injured for 3 months, Santos will not be going to the Etihad and Old Trafford and playing on his own. And then if he's feeling a knock, who's he going to substitute for? Like, people need to think we are a big team and we aim to be in the top 4. That being said, you need quality starters and quality people on the bench that are able to come in and fill in for weeks and weeks.
And no drop off.
Santos is still a bit of an experiment. And we have the time to work with him on that. And as a big team, we should always have 3-4 midfielders that are capable of starting. Look at the other teams around us. Jorginho is on the bench for Arsenal. Partey might also find himself on the bench sometimes.
He could leave.
So teams have players. Teams have established players on the bench. There's nothing shy of having players on the bench. If Santos is not capable of being at the bench and competing, then he should go out on loan. Like, people need to put Chelsea first and know that the aim is to make top 4. And to make the top 4, you need the required
At the
level of
least.
quality. Yeah, we're going to be going to big grounds. We're going to be playing games back to back to back, November, December. People forget how tough this league is. You just need one bad performance from Santos and the fan base will eat him alive. So we need starters. We need starters coming through. People capable of putting in the shift. If Caicedo is injured, if they're feeling a knock, we could have both of them. We had Kanti, Kovacic out for months on end. We could even have all 3 out at the same time.
Thanks for reminding me.
So people need to deep this. There's a whole lot of idea of wanting to put the players first and want this guy to start. No, it's Chelsea. What do we need to be at the place we aim to be at? And it's the same thing with the attacking positions. What are the goals and the assists that you expect from these players to get to that point? If you cannot expect, 5 goals and 5 assists or 10 goals and 10 assists from Carney, then maybe we need a Kudus to give us that, because when push comes to shove and we need to get back to the Champions League and we're fighting against the Brightons and against the United and the Arsenals and the Tottenhams, they have Madisons to pull them through. This is not an experiment for the players. It's an experiment for the club to get back with a good amount of young players getting developed in the process. These guys are young. They're 18, 19. They can go out on loan and they'll be fine. They can. And this is why options like Olise, come out and they just take away that experiment, because they tell you, hey, I gave 11 assists last season. For you, I can make it 15. And this is what we need. And then players like Noni can compete with that. And at the end of the day, whoever wins the competition wins. And that can only benefit the club. So people need to understand that deals are happening or not happening for different reasons. But the disappointing thing is we haven't gone for an Ugarte replacement yet.
Yeah.
All right.
I think,
Roger, what do you have to say with this report?
Firstly, I'd like to say no congratulations for my hat trick on tap-ins. This is in my pay structure, no? It's no. Seriously, listen. Martin has eloquently and factually summed up the many reasons why a lot of the deals haven't come to fruition, and he's 100% right. There's no argument there. It's not just because of the fact that we're only concentrating on Caicedo. There's many different reasons that are either beyond our control, etc. So I agree wholeheartedly, but it does concern me that perhaps they haven't identified certain players for the reasons you stated. One would have thought that because everyone's been in place for the most part since January, I'm talking about the recruitment team and the executives, that they should have done, or they should have identified more players. One would have thought.
I'm prepared for this.
Yeah, perhaps they have, and we don't know. But it would be concerning of me if that is indeed the case. That, to me, is worrisome.
Especially 3 weeks to the start of the season. There should have been a mark that if we haven't, we need to move.
And especially when you know that you're going to be cleaning house and rebuilding.
Yeah.
It's not like you have a stable team that you only need 1 or 2 replacements. If you identified and strategized you're going to be doing this, then why hasn't the due diligence taken place?
Exactly.
This is what concerns me. However, I'm speculating here. So, but if that is indeed the case, then that's worrisome. That needs to be addressed, because every organization, every sport should be doing that. So that's what I have to say. But yeah, Martin nailed it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Martin is very articulate and he knows what he's talking about. So I'm going to move on. This Chelsea all the way here says, Kuchela, if we had a Champions League football or Europa, I will relax. I will help financially. It will help financially, so to speak. But I understand why you're frustrated. Kishan, my New York bro, says, he says we need starting quality players are on the pitch and off the pitch. Yep, again, on the bench too. Yep, we don't need starters and backups, and that's why we don't use that term here. We want every player that's on, again, in our books, or what's the correct way to phrase it, at the club to be a starter. So when a starting player, it can when a player A gets injured, player B comes in, does an equally good job or even better. That's what we want to see. Let's see. I am hoping when we offload, it costs. It is cost we have someone to come in. I think so. I don't think we just sell players for the sake of it and not have plans to bring in players. We need depth, and beyond that, we need to get in certain areas, especially in the midfield area. We need numbers. We have Santos. We don't need a second. That may well be the case, and we've been told that the club wants to see how preseason pans out before deciding to sign new players. Fix the first team first before signing 13, 14, 15-year-old kids. And how are you concerned about the ages of those players? Have you ever heard, again, I don't think those players were signing them to be part of the first team. It's a project. Some of them will go to our sister clubs. Some of them will go out on loan. That's just how I want to say it. But I understand your frustration. I've said that 1,000 times. We need 4 DMs, 2 creative midfielders, and 2 defenders. Wow. That's 8 in total. Caicedo is expensive and overrated. We cannot. We can find a good value buy from La Liga. Again, Rabani. Okay, again, I'm just going to end it by saying, let's see what the club does. We're not too sure what we want to do at this point. Caicedo is expensive. Okay, that one didn't go out, and I read it again. I have been sending toward all sorts of DMs, but he is ignoring you. Sorry about that, Glenn Glenton. Much love to you, brother. Good luck getting the response. The only way Chelsea will sell Conor Gallagher means we are signing Caicedo for sure, just like the Georgie and Enzo in January. I have to say this is one of the, you can say, delicious comments of today. It makes sense to see it from that angle. We don't have any defensive destroyers or DMs. Nope. And it doesn't look like that's our priority. We want a player that can offer more than just break up opposition plays. Instead of Caicedo, why don't we use Caicedo, give him a chance. He can flourish under Mauricio Pochettino. That's the truth, but maybe we don't have that luxury to have all young players. We need to mix it up with some players, established players. Nathan Alvarez is available. I am sure. Nathan Alvarez? Are you talking about, what's his name? The Mexican who plays at Ajax. I don't think his first name is Nathan, if that's the player you're talking about.
Edson Alvarez.
Edson Alvarez. So if you're talking about Edson Alvarez, rumors are again were that he was on the verge of joining Dortmund, and plus what he said publicly, I don't want him to come to us. He said when asked if he regrets not joining Chelsea, he said something to the effect of, "No, he doesn't. Look where they are right now." So he shouldn't be saying such. And I don't think we're interested in signing him. So that's a good thing for me. J5 is washed. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. So basically, we're being priced out for every deal, including Caicedo. Why are you including Caicedo there? It's just you including that one. Why are we still on the Caicedo and not the others? Respect your explanation anyway. Here's the thing. Maybe we don't know what's going on. Nobody knows. Maybe everything we've heard so far, you can say all nonsense. But I get what you're saying. Let's see what else we have. Yeah, 116 likes. Not easy. I appreciate that. Those are older players, though. And this says most deals always get done last week of transfer window. But we need Caicedo as soon as possible to get him integrated in the team on time. Kachila, let us for once bring the positive elephant in the room, the potential captain list. We'll talk about that. I don't think we'll have enough time now. If we start talking about that, it would take too much time. But I know Roger will be happy to hear or to have heard, if he's heard about it, that Kepa is one of the players being considered for the captaincy. But let's see if that happens. I keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 116 likes. We can do better. And subscribe if you haven't. I appreciate you all. And here we have Kofi says Edson. Yup. Okay. Yeah. I don't think he comes to us, and it doesn't sound like we're interested. But if the club really wants him, I think they look beyond what he said. But for me, I wouldn't. That's how I operate. In light of Martin's eloquent monologue.
Monologue. Wow.
Oh my
cold.
goodness. I would like to ask the panel what's their expectations again, what's their expectations are considering we are meant to be trusting the process and not talking about getting UEFA Champions League football receipts. Let's start, Bobby, on that one. Bobby, do you want to comment on this comment on the screen here?
Sorry, I just had to unmute myself. Sorry, what's the comment? I can't really see.
Okay, you're saying in light of Martin's, let's forget that part. I would like to ask the panel what are their expectations, considering we're meant to be trusting the process and not talking about getting UEFA Champions League football.
This expectations question, I think, is very premature. We can't have any expectations without knowing what the team is about. So I think the question of expectations comes about if and when we get to a point where we understand the team we have. The team is still very experimental. We have ifs and buts, maybes, things that look probable, some that look perhaps not so probable. We're not in any stage to be talking of expectations. Expectations of what? We don't even know what we're expecting from, if you know what I'm saying. So I don't have any expectations. I hope we stay in the Premier League. That's where I'm starting from. From there.
Well, that's a low bar, chat.
We nearly didn't the last season. So, we start from there. But you better believe it. You think those struggling teams are in a less disarray than we are? Nobody's rebuilding to the level at which we are. Everybody's pretty settled. So if we think that is not a possibility simply because of our name, we're deceiving ourselves. The only time the possibility can be taken off the table is when we see the team we actually have. It's unlikely so far from 2 pre-season games, but there are only 2 games. And in those 2 games, I saw a team that still has a lot of work to do. Defensively, our offensive patterns of play have not been worked on. We're just dealing with individual brilliance. We have no offensive pattern of play. We haven't had offensive patterns of play since Diego Costa and Cesc Fabregas were around. So we need that. Defensively, we're just beginning to have some semblance of a pattern of play, but a lot of it is yet again still on individuals because the defense hasn't been stable. We've been changing quite a bit.
A lot.
Well, yeah, as you do in pre-season. So we don't know. We don't actually know what we are yet. We don't know what to expect from what we are. So I'm sorry, there has to be a rebuttal to the question because the question has no answer at the moment.
Bobby, can I just ask, do you think, if I may, chaps, do you think we start playing and preparing for the season against Newcastle? Do we start using this as practice for Liverpool now?
I think
we've been using everything as practice for Liverpool from the beginning.
No, but I'm talking about start it. Well, we didn't start Nkunku and Jackson together, for instance. Do we start actually?
It's all part of it. We can't just miss out the foundations and then jump to an assumed starting lineup. We don't know. We need to build it up. I mean, Slonina hasn't played. I think there's another striker there somewhere, albeit is a kid. He hasn't played.
Busto.
There's a massive, what's his name again?
Busto.
There is a massive job on hand. So, that sort of, do we start now preparing for Liverpool is what someone like Brighton would be doing. A team that is already rehearsed.
Established.
Exactly. We're not there yet.
No,
Now
I get that,
we-
but I'm talking about selection of players to start the game. That was my main.
Well, we're working on that, aren't we?
Like starting with the first 11.
He has to. I like the idea that he's not played Jackson and Nkunku together.
Exactly.
Neither should he, because what if there's an injury? Then what? You know, he's likely to do that against Liverpool on the day, but this is the whole point of pre-season. You do all the permutations that you probably wouldn't do on a proper match day in order for them to get used to being used on match day at the drop of a hat. Poch's job is a big one. He's doing well, but there's a lot to do. And he said so himself. He said, look, we have to work. We have to work hard. And he can get there, but I don't expect to see anything. Not in 2 games, not in 3 games.
No.
Maybe by the Dortmund game, we'll start to see what he has in mind. But even then, we're not ready. We're not going to be ready till the season starts again, unfortunately. You know,
If
with
it's all
the-
right, yeah.
Well, you know, I don't think we will, you know, whether unless miracles, he pulls rabbits out of a hat. And, you know, the only way he can be ready is what he's doing now, using the youngsters who are Chelsea's proverbial and eternal backups. They've always been backups for us for decades, and they never let us down. And this is where he is, because we're still waiting for your Caicedos and your possibly Kudus and all these people to come. And when they come, they're not going to just immediately be ready. No matter how good they are, they're going to need time to rehearse the systems of play with their new teammates.
That's why I think Caicedo, even if we get him, will probably not start for the Liverpool game.
I slightly differ, Roger, because of the fact that, one, he will probably cost an arm and a leg. So he's now walked into the bracket of marquee.
Yeah.
The pressure to start him will be there. And this is the sad thing, because Brighton are putting a lot of pressure on him that I don't think he's really ready for. You know, he's still a developing player, believe it or not. And
He's
now
21.
they've turned him into, this established marquee player. And he'll probably be able to cope with pressure, but that immediate, you know, I think what I would do if I were him, if he suddenly comes in and he comes in late, is he's fortunate that in the position he's in, he can just keep things simple and ticking over while he gets used to his teammates.
Well, we have approximately 2 weeks, give or take, till the beginning of the season, right?
There you go.
So if he doesn't come in the next 7 to 10 days, oof.
Oh.
All right, let's see. Eloquent, calm down. Oh, Captain, my Captain. I appreciate you, Glenn, saying that again. Let's see what else we have here. This is kind of slowing down. He hasn't done that for a while. I don't know why he started right now. Poet in here quite a lot with until Jerry shows up. You're premature, the beautiful game. You think Jerry is influencing him? Yep. And he says here, I wanted to read that one. Coach clearly hates Chelsea all the way as much as he hates me, you, the beautiful game. Yes, I do hate you. Do I hate Jerry? Do I hate what's his name? Chelsea all the way? No. But don't worry, we have each other's back. Yeah, you're the 2-6. Okay, you go ahead with it. Let's see. What else do we have here? Jerry is influencing you. I've read that one. Jerry might ghostwriter for Drake. He's nice with it too. Yeah, very formal and can use words effectively. So that being said, if we don't get Caicedo and we filled our youngsters in midfield, there should be no complaints. See what I did there? Yeah, so very creative way. I think honestly I wouldn't complain too much, but if we mix it up better, if we cannot, maybe I think we'll sign one more from outside and keep 1 or 2 of the youngsters we have there, at least one. Well, let's say keep dropping the likes on the stream.
Nobody complains.
117 likes. Sorry.
So I was going to say, nobody complains when you win, but believe me, if they start losing, there's going to be a heck of a lot of complaints.
Yeah,
especially early on.
Yeah. I think the jury will be out Oh, very early. But Chelsea made a mistake by signing Koulibaly. I wouldn't say that, but it's a solid argument from, you can say, your perspective. Maybe I think I understand where you're going to, because now we're short on, and again, we're thin in that department, but we had to. He's not getting any younger. Plus, you could say it hasn't really worked out for him. That's what most people believe, but I think otherwise. Plus, yeah, that's the only time with Salomon get anything sizable. The big floppy of Chelsea is where they let go of players like Antonio Rudiger, Jorginho, Mason Mount, and Kante. Okay, be sure to be again. I think you should look at the fact that some of those players wanted to leave, and you can't keep a player that wants to leave. It doesn't make sense. It can backfire spectacularly, really. Let's see what else we have here. Don't touch Roger. He's our goalkeeper, and coach is a tapping specialist. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna get back at you for doing that. Misinterpreted my question, but Bobby has said exactly what we should all be expecting. Feet firmly back on the ground. Yep, let's see that happen. Bobby is our specialist in penalty taking with the customary hop. Wow. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, he decides to have a mentioned again, reference Jorginho there. Bobby, okay, that one says I watched 2 games of Chelsea, the friendly match. Okay, a bunch of players that are good, but they need to gel together. I think that's a good argument right there. What else do we have there? Not finding a replacement before selling Kante and Koulibaly was a very big mistake. Maybe they didn't know Kante was going to leave. I don't know. Maybe they knew he was going to leave, given the fact they did put his contract negotiations on standby. What that meant at the time, I don't know really. Some of them gelled together quite nicely, in my opinion. Jackson already has great chemistry with Mudryk and the entire squad, you could say, and I like his personality. He looks like the type of player everyone gets along with, and that's a good sign. You can see him having conversations with his teammates after the game. This is Poch says for sure we will thrive in the next few games. Is that thrive? Arrive in the next few games to play Nkunku and Jackson. It is that the circumstance of the physical condition means we need to use both to share the minutes. I think it makes sense. I want to see that happen. Got to see Angela go. Is it gone already? Let's see what we have here. We haven't found a replacement for Matic. Yep, I think I agree with you. And what's the other one? Replace
What do you
Kante.
mean?
Yeah, we haven't. Sorry.
W.
Oh, okay. What do you
Y,
mean?
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Has Angelo gone somewhere already? I don't think he's gone. I think he's still with us. But that's, by the way. AD, let's bring you in. Where again? Where do you want to come in? I'm sure you've been listening.
Where exactly do you want me to come in, Coach? I wasn't.
If you want to talk about where did we stop? Anything? If you've been listening, I'm not sure where to bring you in. Really, we've talked about quite a lot. We've talked about this particular report here. We've talked about this one here. Okay, maybe let's talk about Mark Guehi. Chelsea had contact with Mark Guehi 15 days ago, and there's still a lot of interest in him, according to Fabrizio Romano via Cudus side. I don't know. Has he done well enough? You think he's good enough to come back and he can? Do you think he's Chelsea level? Let me use that language.
Initially, when I heard about links with Gray, I quickly thought, "Oh, that's good for us." And but when I watched this clip, to be honest, I don't think he's that standard yet for Chelsea. I must be honest. I think there are better centre backs out there that we can actually go for rather than Gray at this point in time. I don't think it's the upgrade that we are looking for. It's not miles better than Chalobah. But for me, I think if we were linked to the likes of Axel Disasi and what's it called, Gleison Bremer of Juventus, I think
Are we still linked with the move for Bremer?
the report has gone quiet, but there's this we're linked to him. I don't know if
How
we're
much
moving
would he
on.
cost?
I don't think it's that expensive, to be honest. I've forgotten what
Bremer. Remember, we wanted to sign him before he joined Juventus, but I
Yeah.
think now he'd be expensive. Really, he was
I don't
cheaper
know.
then.
No, he'll be cheaper now. He's
I
out
think
of
it'd be cheaper now. I think it's 26 or so. 26 or so now. And the Juventus, I think they need the money. So those are upgrade for me. I think Axel Disasi and I mean, we can't keep having these young stars. We need experience. You know, we need more of experience to show that effect, because believe it or not, we're not going to have having Silva playing too many games. You know, so we need somebody who is quick, can actually play alongside the likes of Colwill and Badeshil. So I don't think youngsters all through will do us any good. So for me, I don't think Gueye, for me, is a no. That's my opinion anyway.
Thank you. Bobby, what do you think? Do you think Gueye is Chelsea level?
I agree. I don't think he's quite there. You know, I even question, is he even better than Bashir Humphreys? I'm very much a fan of Bashir Humphreys.
Ditto.
I think he's rather unfashionable.
Is it Bashir or Bashir? You know, we're into modern people's names here.
I don't know. I thought it's.
I think it's Bashir. Bashir
Bashir.
I think I've seen it before, but go ahead, Bobby.
I think it's Bashir. Bashir Humphreys. I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Whatever's the case, I apologize if I.
Eddie says it's Bashir, but go ahead.
Okay, so I was right then. You know, I rate him. I like him. I think he's going to be adequate cover, in my humble opinion. I like the idea that people aren't paying attention yet to him. He comes on, and the fact that you don't notice him is a testimony to how much of a good job he does. Exactly. You know, you don't even know he's there. All you know is that someone's there stopping off, the balls getting towards our net, and it's him. So I don't see yet Gueye being better than even him. Now, Gueye is a good defender. He's young, he's developing, but he has deficiencies which at this level can be exposed. He does need people to kind of cover for that. That's just my opinion, really. You know, getting a centre back is, there are not that many. You think about it. Quality centre backs are not that easy to come by. And that just adds to the point and the ridiculousness of anybody who thinks Chelsea's going to offload Colwill and or Chalobah. Dream on, mate. It ain't happening. Even a damn fool can see that they just have to stay at the club. Chalobah, who has an extended contract to 2029, and Colwill, who has 2 years left and is about to be given a new contract. So my answer to those people is just dream on, mate. Go focus on Man United keeping Donny van der Beek in the stands and Man City crippling Calvin Phillips' career and leave us alone.
Yeah, and that should be directed at the
Bobby
Athletic.
will never forgive Man City.
He should, Bobby. You need to direct that at the Athletic, because they keep doing this to Chelsea players. They keep doing that.
They have their own agendas.
Even the guy.
You know why I'm so angry with Man City? Because I wanted Calvin Phillips for us. If he had come to us, we probably wouldn't be having this problem of DMs and looking for Caicedo and all that. He was at his peak. Well, not at his peak, but he was really, really doing well at Leeds.
He was performing, for Leeds.
Yeah, for a young player.
He was Player of the Year for England, I believe.
Exactly. And what Calvin needed was a move to Chelsea, full stop. And Man City came and deceived him. He needed to come to us. I really believe that.
Well, he had injury issues also.
We had Jorginho and we had Kovacic, maybe. But look, where are they now? You know, and Man City came and took him and dumped him in the stands for a season plus. Unforgivable. Sorry.
But
Yeah.
do we need to blame Man City or the player himself?
I don't think he came to Man
they
City.
share the blame, but the player maybe thought he was going to be an important addition to the Man City squad. But I'm not too sure. I think
Yeah, but he should have looked at the squad before accepting to go there.
that's another way to see it.
Who was he
But
gonna
to
take his
win
position there? Who
something. I
was
think
it?
he's won 2 trophies now, or 3.
True.
But-
And I tell you, another player that would be foolish to go there, although they're saying, oh, they've got rid of Riyad Mahrez. If Michael Olise goes there, he's another one that's going to be dumped in the stands.
Exactly.
But we've heard he prefers coming to us.
Yeah, and Foden usually stays on the bench, which is weird because Foden should be starting
Not
on the
anymore.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So why would Olise want to still go there where they already have Foden? It's confusing.
Yeah, that may well have been the reason why he prefers coming to us rather than go to Man City, because he knows they have depth there, and probably he's not going to get a chance. Guehi, for you, I think Eddie, you want to speak so that before I go to Martin and Roger, what have you spoken about him, Eddie?
Yeah, Begway, yeah, I did
Yeah.
about Gay, yeah.
Okay, let's go. Martin, you have the floor. Run with it.
Yeah, I think the first part of this transfer is that it's just a random link because it's 2+2 equals Chelsea needs a centre back. Chelsea are not actually looking for right now. We're still assessing Humphreys and seeing if he can be the 5th choice. And people should bear that in mind. We are talking about the 5th choice centre back. So that being said, Guehi he plays on the left, but he's right-footed. So we're looking for someone that plays on the right, that is right-footed. So it's a bit of, maybe it's a profile. Can he play there? We haven't seen much of that. And
Martin, did in the Brighton game, sorry for interrupting, didn't he play on the right though when he came on?
who?
Bashir Humphreys.
No, he plays on. He did, but that was due to the adjustment, due to Cucurella coming in and Chalobah.
And I thought he
right
played
back.
well.
Yeah, and he's right-footed, so
Yes.
he is good, and I would like us to keep him. And I hear this narrative of everyone says, oh, they need to go out on loan to we are giving a player out on loan to a foreign club in a foreign country. You don't even understand how he's going to fare. Still, the playing time might be beneficial, but every other thing else after and before the playing time might not be. I trust that a player playing and training week in, week out on the Poch can still develop and still grow and still be better. So even if he stays with us, and he gets the odd game here and there in the cups, and if there's any injury or you're trying to rest Thiago Silva, if you're winning 3-0 or something like that, he can still get good minutes. I trust Poch enough to know that a young player needs some time here and there. So we can keep him. I don't expect us to go and spend 40 million on a 5th choice centre back. Badiashile is already training. We're seeing the clips. So that means start of the season, he is going to be on the bench, and so will Chalobah. So we already have 2 centre backs on the bench. Mm-hmm. So whoever we're thinking of signing is going to either not be on the bench or be the 3rd option on the bench. So it's a bit of an overkill, and that's exactly why Chelsea is not moving on this. And then the media is just... You were saying?
Yeah, especially with Bashir playing as well. I think that adds... listen, I agree with Bobby. He looks really... This is a very small sampling size, but he looks so good.
He does. And he could double in with playing, still getting some minutes of the academy as well. So he could still join the unders and still play with them, in the PL2. And then whenever we need him, then he steps up and he fills in the role. So
development squad, right?
Yeah. So it's still a win on the player rather than sending him to some Union Berlin where he can still get the minutes. But I used to set him on the level of training and the other side of the game, learning of Poch and of Thiago Silva, seeing how Colwill plays, learning the technical side of things, straighting the passes, the physicality of the league, getting some of the tips, from Badiashile being a specimen that he is. And there's so many benefits, and he's still young still. So him being the fifth choice, I think it solves that for us than taking a risk on a fifth choice. And then when Fofana comes back, it's a bit of, what do we do? What do we do? Okay, maybe Thiago Silva leaves, but still. So it's a headache we can avoid having by just letting Humphreys, take up that fifth spot.
Yeah, you go ahead, Roger. Your take on that, on this topic.
Yeah, I have to do a tap in on Martin and Bobby. It's the back post.
Go ahead. Please be on side.
I have no shame, gentlemen. None.
But be on side.
Killing me. No, it's true though. It's I think that it's not warranted that we go out and get another player unless, God forbid, we lose another starter. Then we should start talking seriously and contemplating that. But hopefully, we do need to, all over the pitch, but specifically at the back line, we need to address our fitness issues. This is just as important, if not more important, than any other acquisition that we need to make in this season. We really do. This needs to stop because we have youthful players getting hurt. And we're not talking about players of Silva's age. We're talking about very youthful players that shouldn't be. We're doing something wrong. I fail to believe that we have this amount of injuries lately in the last year and a half, and it's all bad luck. It's all genetics. We're either training incorrectly, warming up incorrectly. We're doing something incorrectly. I know there's a few fluke injuries. I get that. But to be decimated the way we have the last year and a half, this needs to be addressed.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Bobby, are you going to the Liverpool game? That's a question from you, for you from the Bluetooth game. Kylian Mbappe will be due a 60 million euro loyalty bonus by PSG if he's still at the club on August 1st. Okay, thank you so much for that. Let's see what else we have here. Alexis Dicisi is 35 million pounds or euros. Go ahead, 50 million. Pack me one. Panel, pick one, irrespective of the price. I'll go for Dicisi. Yeah, let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. And Mbappe for 98 million. We need to be jumping on this now. It's not gonna work. He's not. I don't think he would want to come to Chelsea, but that's just my opinion. And the AD has an update for us there. Tim Howard has suggested that Chelsea could have a chance to sign Oli Watkins by claiming that Aston Villa will do really well to hold on to him, and how the top clubs will be looking to poach him. I think eventually he will end up joining one of the top clubs. I know a lot of people don't rate him well, but I do rate him. Phillips just is an elite. Even Tyler Adams is clear. Okay, that's your opinion right there. Bobby, are you really confident in the quality of Calvin Phillips? He is. You've heard him speak about him.
Yeah.
It says Bobby, I've read that one. This doesn't just switch quickly. Colwill, the Brighton undercover agent. You think? I don't think so. Let's see. You see, this is what is holding us back. Imagine wanting Calvin Phillips. Does it matter if you don't want him? Someone else sees the good in what you don't see in him.
I'm not talking about Calvin Phillips now. He's obviously a player that has lost form for not playing football for a year and a half. I was talking about before he went to Man City, when he was at his peak in performance, and that was when Chelsea were rumoured with him and then City took him. So extrapolating that and bringing it to the current tense is slightly off the mark.
Yeah, but I think the reason also he's gone off the boil is he's been injured quite a bit lately. So there's that aspect that comes into the equation.
Mm-hmm. It has to. Coach, since the players are playing inverted roles successfully these days, can we have inverted Lukaku as a DM? Just go away, my friend. Again, the same Man City bought Kovacic while they got Phillips. That shows you they don't like him. I hope Kovacic plays, but I hated that probably our City is going to be plug and play. Kovacic is a left center midfield. I think we knew that from a while. Even when we play double pivot, he operates on the left-hand side. That makes it easy for him. He was a replacement for Gundogan. You could argue that. Let's see what else we have here. Come on, and that guy plays better inverted in the midfield. Just go away. I'm not reading that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. I appreciate you all for finding the time to join the show. 120 will be rounded off soon. And this is why England don't win a trophies. Hype up Rice for 100 million and thinking of Phillips is world class. That is just your opinion, really. But
That's
I'm glad
pretty
you're
cold.
not insulting anybody. And you prefer to put him in the next. And if we can avoid mentioning nationality, I think that will be better off. Thiago Silva should play 2 games a month, starting the transition as early as possible. I think he'll play quite a lot of games, more games than people think he'll play. But that's, by the way, I can't get everything in the chat, people. I want us to round off as soon as possible. Is Humphrey in the plans, a solid backup for injury-prone Fofana and Thiago Silva? I hate to use the term backup. I want a situation where if one player gets injured, whoever comes on does well. We have a few months where CFC play only 3 games. I think only 2 in January. Okay, let's see. What else do we have here? Anything serious here to talk about? This says Phillips was good in at Leeds United and when playing for England. Yeah, you could argue that too. Phillips likes Gallagher. I'm not sure what to make of that, but probably didn't get it. If it was a joke, I don't get it. Nkunku is trying to convince Mbappe to come to us as well as Poch. I don't think so, but good luck convincing him. Liverpool has reportedly added Manchester City's Calvin Phillips to their list of potential replacements for Saudi-bound Fabinho. I think he may well be a steal because I think he's a good player overall. Federico Redondo is a valuable option for the DM role. Are we looking at him? I don't know. I think we have this item to address here. I hope is that the right item here. Let me see. Did I lose it? I think that's the one here. It's here. So we'll have to move it up and open it. So the first item says that Chelsea are close to agreeing terms with Ajax attacking midfielder Mohammed Kudus. And the next item says Chelsea target Mohammed Kudus is absent from training for medical reasons. He stayed indoors and received the treatment. We've talked about that. We say that they could be lying because clubs do that. Max Allegri has asked Juventus to move for Romelu Lukaku regardless of Dusan Vlahovic's situation and try to set up a loan agreement with Chelsea, which would see them pay a transfer fee in 2024. Okay, if they're going to pay well, I think we take that one. Chelsea are ready to spend to speed things up for Moises Caicedo, making a new bid in the next days. The position of Brighton is quite adamant, asking for at least 100 million, but CFC will do their best to sign the Ecuadorian international. Poch considers him the ideal player to strengthen the midfield. I think he has to be one of the most important signings for us this window. That's why I'm hoping we get that over the line as soon as possible. Never give up. Promote Harvey Vale. Wow.
No,
it looks like Harvey Vale has paid the individual there to you can say start the campaign for him, but because he or she does that every time.
he's
But go
not
ahead,
been.
Roger, you were saying something.
Yeah, listen, I've watched him play for England lately. I know it's only 3 or 4 games, and that doesn't define a player per se, but he's looked horrible. He's looked the weak link, if anything. He looks way out of form. Listen, he could turn out to be a good player, but from what I've seen of him, I don't believe that he's currently at that stage at all.
And before I move on from you, because once I get everybody else's opinion, I think we'll call it a day. Roger, your thoughts on everything we've talked about today? Anything else you want to? What are your
No, it's been a good show. I would like, if I may, to put in a request that we have a show and talk about players that we have currently in each position and talk about potentially who do we believe will be starting throughout the season and where do we think each player goes. I would like for us to address it with a panel and people and determine what do you think our best starting 11 is and individually where would they stand for next season? Do they go out on loan or whatever? I think that would be interesting to do if you would like.
Yeah, I think it's important. I think we should do that. Call it, you can say, a predicted starting 11. Maybe.
But it's been a good show. It's listen, Caicedo. It worries me that if we do indeed get him, that we get him in time because where are we now? It's Tuesday today, correct? And listen, I think if he needs to play for us and be effective early in the season, he needs to come this week, and I'm afraid I don't see that happening unless they come to an agreement, because I see it as an impasse currently. I think this is really important. I mean, we cannot afford a slow start, not because of the fans, Bobby, and everyone else that will turn on this coaching staff, which they will. But I'm talking about points lost. We can't afford any loss of points based on the fact that we didn't bring a player in on time. That, to me, is just shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, I agree with you, Martin. You go.
Yeah, it's just it's the same thing. We need to decide on this. Are we going to 100 or are we going for alternatives? And I don't think this situation would change the way it is, in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So we need to decide and bite the bullet on it. Honestly, this could be the last 100 million pound player we go for.
Would you pay 100 million for him?
I would, because of the age. I would,
and
because
potential.
he's 21, and that's where the difference comes in with Rice. Rice is 24, going to 25, and this being 21 just gives you that 3 years extras. That just the extra bit, and just the fact that we know we can have him comfortably on normal wages, and with time he could. I think this might be the biggest club he would go to. I don't see him as a Madrid or Barca signing, so I don't see any step up from here. So it's something where he could get comfortable, and his injury record is non-existent. So I would pay it. And I'll pay it, knowing that it would be the last time I would ever pay it. And I'll pay it because of the desire of the player as well, to be at the club, and because I don't think alternatives would hit
especially
us,
if we can raise funds from selling homegrown players too.
Yeah, and that's another thing, because I feel like we've made over 20-30 million on Havertz. We could have sold him for 40 and everyone still be calm about it. And several other players we didn't expect to sell. Even Lukaku, I didn't expect us to get. I thought it would be like a 20 million get carry on money.
We lost money technically on Kai.
Yeah, we did,
bought him for 72. But I know what you're saying. We sold him
new
for a lot
owners,
more.
Yeah, for the new owners, it's not. They got all of that was mixed up in the sale of the club still. So I feel like we've made enough in other areas, and we can still squeeze out some money from, some signings here, there, even the Pulisic and everyone else. So I feel like we can afford to do this, knowing that this is the priority signing. And I think once Caicedo comes into that starting 11, I'm not sure we need to spend more on it. Except we can improve here or there and debate if we can go for a keeper or this or that, but no one stands out to be beyond the 50 million signing. So we can afford to just make this a one signing and just get over it. It's sad, it's unfortunate, but I think we're gonna reap the rewards, honestly. He's 21. That's a big plus. It is a big plus.
He can only get better.
Yeah, on 7 years contracts, I see him only getting better.
All right, thank you. A lot of people miss all the nice to see you, bro. They say Umanov is now 100% Usmanov. Okay, it's now 100% owner of Arsenal. Still waiting to see if they will get sanctions. I see is best friends with the bad guy who drives the. Okay. Okay. I understand what you're saying. But let's see, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go a long way. Loan for Lukaku, Juve should pay up or move on. If they have an obligation to buy in, we'll pay something sizable at the end. I think Chelsea will take it. I don't see Caicedo coming to us if we're not paying 100 million. That we better start looking for an alternative. Okay, let's see what happens. But we only in a picture for Kudus because Liverpool is preparing a bid for who? Because of Kudus. I think Kudus will be a good signing for us. I hope we get that deal over the line. Let's see what else we have here. This is a bit slow, so I'm going to actually round off earlier than usual. I hope this Kudus deal is something Pochettino sanctioned. I don't want Chelsea destroying him. Here's the thing: we're not going to sign any player if he doesn't okay it. Harveyville is not ready for Chelsea now. You can agree. I know he's a good player, but yeah, so far I don't think we should keep him in the team. Caicedo remained tight-lipped when asked about his move to Chelsea. So if he wanted to remain at Brighton, he'd say, no, I'm happy at Brighton and I want to stay. But the fact that he didn't say anything is telling, if that makes sense. It's Harveyville's girlfriend speaking, possibly for his promo. It sounds like it. Get Pochettino, get Dybala for Pochettino. He wants experience installing and cutting it. Yeah, unfortunately so. He's been a redonkulous of late. Brighton have said they are holding on to Caicedo until deadline day. We need to move on now. I don't think we'll move on. And remember, I told you that I still think we'll get that deal over the line and people will be shocked. Chelsea bought weren't serious for this Caicedo deal. Okay, deal. Okay. Whose month of talks are for nothing? Wow, people are really frustrated. Martin, this will not be the last time we'll pay over 100 million for a player. If we do this now, every single player, regardless of position, will not cost 100 million. If we do that, we're setting a dangerous precedent. That's why I said we're not going to pay. I don't think we'll pay them that much money because it will be problematic for us. Going for a swim. Have a lovely Tuesday, everyone. You too, brother. Nice to see you. Don't break your back swimming. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. 6 more to get it to 100 to 120, 130. Let's make that happen. 18 million plus 20 million in add-ons, 100 million. Get it done and stop wasting time when then go to the targets, including the goalkeeper. I'm not into us paying them that much money. Can we swap Caicedo with Cucurella? The question is, would they want Cucurella back? I'd say no. It seems the Caicedo deal might not happen, and even if it does, he might not have enough time to acclimatize with his teammates. Let's bring in the Paul of Sevilla, who knows Enzo very well. But let's see what happens there. Kudus, Cherki, or Lisa, choose one. Again, I choose Olisa because he's played in the Premier League. I get it. It's not a guarantee that that's going to make any difference. Plus, I think he's different from the other two players, in my opinion. So I'd have to go with one that plays as a 10. I'll go for Kudus, if that makes sense. I am also going for a swing. A nice coincidence. Have full or again. All thanks. Again, great stream. Thank you so much for all the contributions in the chat. We appreciate you, JC. Yeah, I wasn't sure what you're saying, and I'm tired also, I have to be honest. How long did it take us to get Enzo? Probably much longer. And yet people are being impatient about the Caicedo deal. And if you paid attention, we haven't actually held a face-to-face meeting for them again for weeks. I think if anything, if it has happened, it would be just 2 days ago or just yesterday. That's just my opinion. I get the feeling Poch don't respect Madueke with these new right wings he's interested in. Maybe, but we don't know. Madueke hasn't again played it just because he arrived late. Let's see what else we have there. We have given Lamptey, Gilmore, and Levi with pleasure. Never do business with them again. Maybe that will never, but if they have a good player that we want, we still go back to them and say, hey, we want this player. In no world is Caicedo worth 100 million. So I'm going to come to Bobby. I'll have the round off for us today. Bobby, your thoughts on everything we've talked about today, if you're still there.
Yeah, I think a lot of the things I caught is Caicedo. My feeling is, look, pay the money.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a waste of money. The longer you leave it, the longer they're going to. I think they're just, any Colwill talk is just to wind us up. It's translation to just pay us the money. And we don't need to sell, but we'll take the money if it's exorbitant money, of course. Pay the money, take the player. We've sold a lot of players. We've offloaded 17 players and counting. There's still Cho to go. There's still Ziyech to go at the very least. And I think they should be the priorities to offload before we start
And the
talking
woolly
about...
mammoth.
Oh, of course. Yeah. And of course, the woolly mammoth. So 3 more. So that'll be 20 players. I mean, that's more than enough for a club that wants to progress. And now, what we should be looking at is which of our youngsters is going to go on loan to Strasbourg or wherever. And then we settle the side. Pay the money and get this guy. I can't see why there should be further delay. It just doesn't make any sense. We're not saving face. We're not saving anything. What's the concern? Well, unless they don't think he's good enough. Well, then if they don't think he's good enough, then why spend all this time chasing him? So
what do you think happens, Bobby? Do you think we'll get it over the line?
Oh, I never know what to think these days in football, to be honest. I hope so. The delay is what, like Roger, makes me slightly concerned. I'm thinking, well, what's the delay? What's all that about? However, having said that, I think we've backed ourselves into a corner. We're dealing in a situation where we don't have the leverage, and we backed ourselves in a corner by taking so long. So if we walk away, we look stupid. For what? For who? Who's out there that really fits our bill better than he does? We can deceive ourselves and say, oh, there's this, there's that, there's the other. Who told you that Chomeni is even going to be 100 million? They might turn around and say, well, if you wanted to pay 100 million for so-and-so, well, this guy has won the Champions League, he's won
World
this,
Cup
he's
performer.
won, he's 150. So it's silly. Close this deal and let's move on. That's my message. Do I think we'll get it over the line? Let me be positive and say yes. Do I have concerns? Absolutely, of course.
All right, thank you so much, Bobby. Eddie, you have the floor now. Your final thoughts on everything. Your thoughts, let me now put the word final there. Your thoughts on everything we've discussed today. Eddie, if you're still there.
Yeah, it's been a...
And I see you fixed your sound issue.
Yeah, I did. I went off just to fix it because I felt so embarrassed. So I had to find solution to it. It looks better now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds better.
Lovely now. So that's good.
So that we can always do a tapping on you or interject without getting the feedback. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's been a lovely show. It's been a lovely show. I mean, I quite agree with what Bobby, everybody has said about Caicedo. We really need to have the deal done, but I think we'll meet in the middle. If they are saying 100 and we are still on 80, then I think maybe 90 might just do it for us. But I mean, if we're saying we're not going to pay 100 for the sake of 10 million, if they insist, and for us to lose out on this player that we tracked for so long, and going late now to target a different player, I mean, just like Bobby said, who says Chouameni, they're not going to ask for a ham and a leg, just to make sure we pay over the odds. And we should not forget that we actually started this. We paid over 100, and even though they say it's a release clause for Enzo, and then Arsenal as well just went ahead and paid 105 million. I mean, that's not helping us at all, to be honest. So we really need to get this deal done and let him bed in quickly, because there's no point bringing him very late when eventually we're going to end up paying what they want. So it's better we just bite the bullet and get him in and let him start training with the team, and then he gels properly, and then we can have a good start. Because just like most people have said in the past, explaining about what are the expectations for Chelsea this season. I mean, our expectation shouldn't be, we're a big club. We shouldn't be away from challenging for top 4. I mean, top 4 this season will be very good for us, and that's what we should be aiming to get. So these signings need to come in and the likes of what's it called now, Kudus and all. I think that deal is like it's going to happen. Hopefully, it's going to happen. But the one for Cherki, I'm not too sure. But Olise, I think I'll be happy if that happens as well. And then we start to have a clear picture of what the team. But we need to really think about goalkeeper. I really need to think we need to address goalkeeper and centre back. And I don't know what's going to happen up front. If you're still linked with that El Wali or something, if he's going to try to alternate Nkuku and Jackson and the Wiley, we don't know what's going to happen to Broya as well. So there are so many things again that we need to that need to happen again before the season starts. Hopefully, we get everything sorted and the team is ready to go.
All right, thank you so much there. Let me catch up with what we have in the chat and then we'll call it a day. Caicedo is going to be under so much pressure if he does come to Chelsea for over 100 million plus the saga, the prolonged negotiations. If that's the case, really doesn't help. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. I get it. We're rounding off, but the likes will go a long way. Isn't Mbappe cheaper? I'm not too sure, really. Sel Gallagher, Bayo Olise, and Kudus keep Angelo. That's Shafodinho. Let's see what the club does. Thank you if you're just joining. Please like and subscribe to the channel. And Brighton don't want 100 million. They want over 100 million. Do you know what that means? I don't think we'll even pay them anything close to 100 million. Maybe it will be close to 100 million, but I don't think we'll pay them 100. And Brighton is trying to make it harder, to make it harder on us. Like Benfica, I think that may well be the case. You will set the precedent, so they want to make sure they squeeze whatever they can out of us. I don't think the current Chelsea board and owners understand what it means to be a top club. To be a top club, prove me otherwise. I'm not going to be the one to prove you otherwise. It's up to them. So wait and see what they do. Until Bobby is right. We did this to ourselves. Deals done for 115 million, no add-ons. Let's see what else we have. We need Olise and Kudus. If Gallagher is set to leave with Caicedo, we can go on and challenge for trophies. And Makin Neum says, I hope there isn't too many, I'll just stop. More depth, alternatives are needed in the deep line of midfield. Even if we get Caicedo, otherwise it's a repeat of last season. And this here from it's the Zervi whispers to Poch at the end of the game. We're not too sure what they talked about. Chances are they talked about Caicedo or Levi Colwill, but we don't know. Goalkeeper is not happening, bro. I recommend you to get over this topic to avoid disappointment. I think we would sign a goalkeeper. And the question now should be whether we're signing a goalkeeper to become number one, or maybe become a second choice. We don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah. Caicedo was bought for 1 million. Is it 1 million or 4 million by Brighton? They want times by 100. What's up in price? Yeah. Yes, then I don't take it personal, really. Do you have EPL link for your channel? What's he asking? Peter Pan, I'm not sure I understand that. You're talking about fantasy football? Enzo and Caicedo, 206 million plus. That is mad. Yeah, I don't think we're paying that much money. Sanchez and Rayan in the picture for list of goalkeepers. We are, and David Raya in the picture of goalkeepers. We are monitoring as last result on last day of the transfer window. Okay, let's see. 80 million, 20 million add-ons for it's still 80 million. That add-on is in Brighton will get in 2050 the way we are moving with mid-table mentality. Wow. What else do we have here? The fact that after all this talking, we haven't bid higher than 70 million is ridiculous. It's somebody's business. No, I don't have one now. No, honestly, I haven't played for a while actually. Let's see. What else do we have here? Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes will go a long way. Pay 80 million to RMD for Federico Real Madrid. Okay, for Federico Valverde, Real Madrid will accept it. But do we want him? I don't know. With that, we've come to the natural end of the show. I appreciate you all for finding the time to join. I want to say thank you to Edward, Eddie, if you prefer, Bobby, Roger Pop, and Martin O. I appreciate you all. And to Tobeho, who was here before with us. And to those of you in the chat, I want to say thank you to it's a Shazi or Shazi. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. It looks like Kamavinga has a slid back into midfield, pushing Chomeni down the pecking order. Any chance we could get him? I would say no. He's my preference over Caicedo. I don't think we'd get him. Honestly, I have to be honest with you. Thank you to the Beautiful Game. Thank you to Constantine Dante. Thank you to Mr. Polito Way. It's Sashi, Peter Pan, Supreme Quartz, Chelsea all the way once more again. JC and Chelsea, all of you. If I missed your name, apologies. I'm only human. See you guys next time. God bless us all, and bye.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, everyone. I'm not sure why the screen is frozen at my word. Just end it.